Of the UAE Digital Motorsport National Championship. We had round one 2 weeks ago. We're back again for another online virtual race, but a virtual championship is still just as good as the real thing. We have, this time around, we will have 3 groups, not 4 groups. We've unfortunately not had a lot of the competitors return, but the good news is that we've had some return, and we've also got some new faces as well this weekend. And of course, as we do with the previous season last year, we're of course at a different track that we were last weekend. Last week we used, or not last weekend, sorry, 2 weeks ago we used the Nürburgring GP circuit, and now we're at the iconic Spa-Francorchamps on here digitally. It'd be great to go to the real thing, but we've brought it digitally here to you live with the rest of our field here. So this is round 2 of the 2021 season. We kick things off with our first set of heat drivers, which will be 10 drivers in total. So this weekend we have a total of 3 rounds, or 3 heat races. So that means we have 30 competitors, which is still mighty impressive. Last week, sorry, 2 weeks ago, we had 40 drivers in the heat races. Brought it down all the way to just 12 in our grand finale, which of course will do the same thing here this weekend. So the only difference will be the semi-finals will be slightly different. So we might not have 12 drivers as we had last time. We may have a slightly different amount, but we'll get to that at a later stage. There is one change from the last time we raced here, and that is we will extend the qualifying time by 2 minutes. So instead of 5 minutes, we'll go up to 7 minutes. And that's due to the fact that the Spa-Francorchamps track is longer than the Nürburgring GP circuit was, and you get lap times here of about 2:15. And I was practicing with some of the guys earlier on today, just seeing what it's like out there for myself, although I was at a deficit because my Gran Turismo skills are, well, you could say they're subpar. I was 30 seconds off the pace of drivers such as Romano Labori, Andre Corey and Jack Carlos, just to name a few of the drivers that have returned, and it proves how bad I was when I saw them do 2:14s and 2:15s here at Spa-Francorchamps. It looks like we're heading straight into the first heat race here for the qualifying. So as we said, it's a 7-minute qualifying to set the field up for our first race here this weekend. This will be the first of 5 races. Yes, it would be, because of course 3 heat races, 2 semi-finals, and then 1 grand finale, which is going to take place at around 7 p.m. Now, we are actually 10 minutes ahead of schedule, which is great news, but of course we may fall back, but let's keep our fingers crossed that we stay on track for timing purposes. So we're about to get underway, and let's have a quick look at who we have in the session. So I've been told that we have all 10 of our drivers who are supposed to be in this heat race are in the session, which is great to see. So we have Hazam Zaki, who is Yas Heat Gaz. I was pronouncing that completely wrong last time around, but great to see Zaki back this weekend. MJK 704, or Mohammed Jilan Khan, who will be behind the wheel and behind the PSN ID. Then we have Salam Amsveri, who is Zolo Vita, Vishal 34, who is Rajesh Oberi, who I've been talking to, or at least I was speaking to briefly after the first round, who wants to meet up for a coffee at some point, to which I replied, I don't have a car, but now I do have a car, so Vish, when you're free, let me know, we can meet up for that coffee. I'm Mohammed Zubair, with Mohammed Zubair Hussain behind the wheel. Sunit Gonzalez, or Sagon 16, is here in this session. Zuhair San Zulkafu, that is ZU2530 is his gamer tag, with Silver 1234, and that is Basil Tabulsi, behind the wheel of that car. Jack Carlos, or UK GTR Racer, as his PSN ID is, and then we have Mohammed Rashid, who is Chugu, who is one of our new arrivals this weekend. He was not out in the first round of the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. So this is the second time we're doing this. We did this last year as a means to keep the racing alive and have the racing season continue on despite the pandemic and of course the heat here in the United Arab Emirates, because it can reach up to 50 degrees, and so those cars, I could imagine it gets up to 60 degrees centigrade if not higher, and it's great that we're back for another season of racing here online. Now, as with the previous round 2 weeks ago, there is one rule, and that is that the drivers can only use a car from the manufacturer of BMW. Now, in Gran Turismo, there are a total of 3 cars to choose from the manufacturer, one being the M6, one being a Z4, and one being an M3. Now, last time out, the entire field was essentially dominated by the BMW M6. What we're looking at here is we see one BMW M6, which is the chrome liveried one, and then next to it with the iconic white and then the BMW colours of blue and red on it, the BMW M3, which we saw absolutely none of them appear 2 weeks ago. Great to see that someone is using it, and of course it is one of our newcomers as well, who's designed to represent the BMW M3. The other car in question was the BMW Z4, which we did see a few drivers use, and they used it to their advantage as well, with some of them even making it towards the final. But the BMW M6 is the car of choice here in this online championship for the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship here, and it has certainly been the car to beat. So it looks like we're setting our first laps here at Spa-Francorchamps digitally. So Gonzalez will be the first one across the line to see who set the first time, and let's see what they can put in. As I said before, I did a little practicing with some of the other competitors not too long ago, about an hour or so ago, and they were setting 214s and 215s, some dipping into the 216s as well. There was me doing 230s, so yeah, you can see my skill, but let's see what these guys do. So the first lap time in is 216.425 here. Spa-Francorchamps. So Nick Gonzalez has gone straight into the pit lane. I think he's going to try again here, although he might be hindered from that. Yacine Gaz goes fastest of all now with a 2:15.882 as he's across the line there, and he's fighting another second faster than Sagan 16. And that was a very interesting move as well, what Sunit did there. Instead of going round again, he decided to go into the pit lane, and this may put him in a deficit because we have less than 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and you need at least 2 minutes 15 to complete a lap here at Spa-Francorchamps. As now Mohammed Jalan goes fastest of all as MGK 704 tops the timesheet here and beats Yacine Gaz by less than 1/10 of a second in his now newly liveried BMW M6. It's great to see that the competitors have kept the same BMWs, but they've sort of spruced them up over the past 2 weeks and give them new liveries and iconic liveries that we can say there. And see, that is Steve Carell from The Office on one side of the car at least. I'm not sure what is on this other side of the car, but on the left-hand side it is Steve Carell. If we can get a closer view of the right-hand side of the car, we can see who it is. And I see he's put an A plate on his car as well. So for those of you who may be watching internationally, that is a UAE number plate that's firmly attached to the front and rear bumper of his car. And more actually, it's a Dubai number plate that's attached to his car with the A code. And A codes, yeah, they have a little bit of a background here. That's how you know someone's been here a long time, when they have an A or B number plate on the car. And I just noticed that on the right-hand side of the BMW M6 is looks like, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like a mural of Lewis Hamilton on the right-hand side. So I wonder if Mohammed Jalan is trying to, I wonder if he's trying to, you know, have Lewis Hamilton on the side of his car and see if that will grant him what he needs to be on top here in the second round of the championship. Let's see if that pays dividends to him. So as we said, Yacine Gaz is in second position for the time being in his BMW M6, and then Zoo2530 in his chrome liveried BMW M6 is in third position for the time being. Now, before we started the session here, there's Jack Carlos, the UK GTR racer, in his, well, he already had quite an outlandish livery in the first race, and it looks like he's going to keep it for the second round here. And if you get a close-up view of what it says behind him, I'm pretty sure it says, don't overtake me if you don't want to be punted off. A little aggressive, but good news is that Jack Carlos is not an aggressive racer. He is a cool character. He's kept it relatively cool throughout the first rounds. Let's see how that pays off during the second round, and if he will have to resort to being a bit more aggressive. It looks like we have a new pole sitter though in the BMW M6, ZU2530, that came across line and is 0.3 of a second faster in comparison to Mohammed Jilan. So he'll put his chrome BMW M6 in pole position, and that's where you want to start here in the first heat race of the weekend. So Mohammed Jilan now bumped down to the second position, with Yasir Gaz now going to the second row of the grid alongside Jack Carlos. And Nick Gonzalez will start in 5th position. Alongside him will be Mohammed Zubair on the 3rd row of the grid. Zolo Vita will line up on the 4th row of the grid with Silver 1, 2, 3, 4 alongside for company. And then on the 5th row of the grid we have Vishal 34 and then the newcomer Chugu, who lines up alongside him. And I see Vishal 34 is one of our few drivers who will be using the BMW Z4 here in our first heat race. So I've just been given a note that the 12 best, this is an added bonus actually, from what I understand. So the 12 best Emirati drivers will have an extra round on the 6th of August, and they'll have the chance to compete for 2 tickets to the MENA Digital Cup. Now this is strictly limited to Emirati drivers, and there are a few of them actually racing here in our championship. And well, the 12 best of them will be hand selected. Well, technically they won't be hand selected because it's down to them and their skill. So those top 12 Emirati drivers will go into a special round, or an extra round actually, on the 6th of August, so in a month and a half time, for an additional round, and those are for the Emirati drivers, our top 12. So we're about to get underway with the first race of the day, and it looks like we've stuck with the rolling start. Now this was something that was talked about before the races were scheduled to begin, that we would potentially remove the rolling starts due to where some of the drivers would actually start once our pole sitter would go across the line, and it would put some of them in a deficit because they'd be going through the bus stop. But it looks like we're going racing here for the first time. The lights are out and we're on our way here for the first time down towards the first corner, heavy into the braking zone, one of the slowest corners on this track, and you can see the gaps already building because some of the field have already started in the bus stop while the others started on the front straightaway. Down through turn 1 we go through nice and clean for the first time. Here it is, ZU2530 out in front from Mohammed Jilan, who is in hot pursuit as they make their way down towards Rouge, and up they go the hill for the first time here. It's a very very technical corner there. It does take a lot of guts to go through there flat out, and I tried it myself a number of times. I just couldn't quite get it, and I tried to watch to see what the other drivers were doing during our practice session, but just couldn't quite catch it. So looks like we're through cleanly so far, as Mohammed Jilan is in hot pursuit of our race leader. And it looks like someone's already picked up a penalty. That's Yasir Gaz, who's picked up a 0.9 of a second penalty already, so I think he's gone off somewhere through Rouge. As we wind our way through the right hand, and now we climb back down after climbing our way up through Rouge, and down we go here. So Yasir Gaz, 0.9 of a second penalty. That's not good news for him, although he is 1.6 seconds up the road from Jack Carlos for the time being. Now if Jack Carlos can work his way now towards Yasir Gaz and try and close that gap up, could be on the 3rd step of the podium. So how this will work, and as we did last time round, we do have 10 drivers, but not all 10 will go into our one of 2 semi-finals. Actually, only, I have a feeling it will be only 8 of the drivers that will go through to our semi-finals by the looks of it. Yes, it would. So unfortunately 2 drivers here will already be eliminated, and we won't see them again in our semi-final. We'll have to wait again another few weeks to see them in our 3rd round. So Yasir Gaz currently circulating 3rd position. Let's quickly go down to 8th place. That is Silver 1, 2, 3, 4 in his BMW M6. One of the youngest competitors in this championship. And it's great to see that we have essentially drivers from all nationalities. We have drivers from all different age groups as well, ranging from the tender age of just 13 all the way up to 40. I'm not going to pinpoint exactly who those veteran racers are, but they're all rather good at these digital racing. Not like me, I'm pretty terrible, especially at Gran Turismo. That's why I'm resorted to talking about what the drivers are doing rather than actually racing. Now let's go down to 9th position, if we can, and see what's going on here, because Bishar 34 is under pressure from one of our newcomers here this weekend in his BMW Z4, and on the inside goes the BMW M3. Ooh, that's a bit cheeky there, using a little bit too much of that inside line there. Now I wonder what the stewards are going to say about that, because it did look he got the undercut, although it was a clean move. It looked like they had too many wheels off track, as this battle here is on for 9th position as they work their way up through Rouge, and both of them using a bit more of the track than they should do. Now, I can tell you, when I was doing that, when I was practicing, I did get a penalty, and there you go, Vicious just been slapped with a penalty of 1 second. And let's go back up to the front and see if there's any changes. Not quite, as now Zoo2530 has extended his gap by, now that looks to be 2.4 seconds. Indeed it is here in his BMW M6, the Malaysian driver behind the wheel of that car there. And then there's Mohammed Jilan, who runs in 2nd position. It looks like Yacine Gaz is closing in, and he's now dropped that penalty from what was 1/9 of a second not too long ago down to just a 1/10 of a second here in our second round here, our first heat race as well of our second round of the championship. Jack Carla still circulating in 4th position, but we have a battle brewing for 5th place at the moment between Sunit Gonzalez and Mohammed Zubair, with Mohammed Zubair being in 6th position at the moment, and he's just 5/10 of a second behind Sunit Gonzalez. Now, Sunit was the early pole sitter during the qualifying session here for our first heat race, but was immediately trumped essentially by Mohammed Jilan and the drivers that started in front of him. And then it was Zoo2530 who went to the top of the timesheets, and he is led from there so far. A very clean race for him, but not the same for Mohammed Jilan there, as he's flat out through one of the penultimate corners there, or the final corners there, as he tries to look on the inside of Sunit Gonzalez, just trying to wait for a way past the BMW M6, but Sunit Gonzalez doing a great job at keeping him at bay. And that is the battle for 5th position. It looks like Mohammed Zubair's going to try the outside line, but Sunit Gonzalez shuts the door on him and takes the inside line away from him as they work their way through one of the slowest corners on the track. Actually, it is the slowest corner of the track. So all the way down to 1st gear through that sector, and then you're on to one of the fastest parts of the track here at Rouge. If you speed your way up the hill, as I said before, you've got to have a lot of guts there to go through that corner at full speed, flat out, as Mohammed Zubair is losing a little bit of ground here to Sunit Gonzalez. And it looks like, is he closing in? Yes, he is. He's closing in the braking zone. Can he get the move stuck? No, he can't. He can't find a way on the inside. And almost worked his way on the outside there, did Mohammed Zubair. But Sunit Gonzalez still sits in 5th position. BMW M6 of Mohammed Zubair still settling for the position. Now, is Solo Vita close enough to make a move if anything goes wrong here? They were separated by 3/10 of a second, make that now just 2/10 of a second between these two BMW drivers. So let's have a look where Zolo Vita is. Now, he's in 7th position. Is he close enough to make a move? Not quite. He's 2.6 seconds adrift at the moment, with these two squabbling in front of him. But if they do tangle, if they go off into the gravel area, it will give Zolo Vita a chance to climb up the order. The good news is for him, though, that he is comfortably in the top 8. He is 7th place, and Silver 1234 is currently 2.6 seconds behind at the moment. You just saw him in shot there, about a corner or so behind. Now let's go back up to the race leader. It's been a cool and calm race here for the Malaysian driver, who has managed to stay out from the green flag right at the beginning. 3 laps ago. You know, we're on lap 3 now. We're about to start our 4th lap, as now through the bus stop at the penultimate corner goes Zoo2530. Into the left-hander goes our driver. And it looks like we've got a battle brewing now for second place, because Yacine Gaz has taken the position away from Mohammed Jilan, and they're going side by side down towards the first corner. Mohammed looks the way on the inside, but thinks better of it, has to tuck in behind Yacine Gaz as the driver now moves up into 2nd position, with Mohammed Jilan dropping down to 3rd. Now, it looks like he's losing a little bit of ground here to Yacine as he works his way now behind him up the hill at Rouge. And and it looks about to be about a car and a half length between the two of them. Actually, no, make that. It's now just 0.2 of a second. There's less than a car length separating the two M6s as they work their way into the braking zone. And there is Mohammed Jalan. Just a slight tap there to the back of Yacine Gaz to tell him, hey, look, I'm here. Let me through. But Yacine Gaz shuts the door on him. And both two of them there actually staying on track. That could have totally gone the wrong way, especially for Mohammed Jalan, as we work our way now through the long right-hander here downhill. Once again, we start the descent back down through Spa-Francorchamps here as the battle is brewing for third. But let's quickly go back now to the back of the grid here, because we had a battle not too long ago, and it still looks like the battle is still brewing between the M3 and the Z4 here, with Vishar 34 being at the tail end of the field now. Both drivers picking up a penalty. Looks like Vish has managed to drop his penalty, but it looks like ATCUAE has picked up one for about 0.4 of a second. Dan Hannum, let's have a look what the race leader has done, if that's an indication of the fast lap. So he's done a 2:15.896. Let's have a look at what Yacine Gaz has done. He's done a 2:15.521. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that means Zoo is slightly slower as a fastest lap. Yes, he is. So Yacine Gaz provisionally has the fastest lap by 0.3 of a second, so 2:15.5 so far. Let's have a look what Mohammed Jalan has, as he's currently circulating in third position, and that is a 2:16.281. So yes, Yacine Gaz has the fastest lap of the race so far in second position with that 2:15.5, and is now putting more of a length between himself and the man sitting in third position, Mohammed Jalan. To be a good 3 to 4 car lengths separating the two BMW M6s who were battling on the previous lap for second position. Now Yacine Gaz has his focus on this man here, as a new 2.530 with the chrome livery and the Tiger at the back of his BMW M6. Looks rather fetching, doesn't it? That chrome livery with the black Tiger stripes as well, and then the Jaguar. It's not a Jaguar, is it? It's a Tiger towards the right rear wheel arches, and I see the Tiger stripes have also made their way onto the back of the car. Now, we saw the Malaysian driver use this livery previously in round 1, and it's great to see that some of the drivers have actually attached a livery to their car. Now, it looks like the battle at the back of the field has sort of separated, because it looks like we have a driver at the tail end. No, we don't. They're just in such close proximity. The track map sort of shows us a different story that's going on, but it looks like the BMW M3 is still fending off from the Z4 as they're leaning on each other quite a bit here. Now, this will be a great battle if this was for 8th place, and it looks like Vish has picked up yet another penalty. I think he's used too much of the track limits going through Rouge, and that's where a lot of drivers were being pinged during practice. And, well, it looks like ATCUAE has a 1/10 of a second penalty, whereas Vish has a second penalty looming over his head. Yes, IX Ghosts, that is indeed the fastest lap at 2:15.5. I think it's probably a little slower than just 0.5 of a second from Yacine Gaz. It's what, it's 2:16.185 last time round. But yes, it is a 2:15.5. Just over that, I think, is the fastest lap of the race so far. So this is the man that's sitting in second position, and he's now managing to gap himself from Mohammed Jalan, but he's not able to close the door on this man here. He set the fastest time during qualifying. He was out in front when the green flag dropped, and now on lap number 5, as he's about to start the final lap of the race, continues to lead by 4 seconds. Does Zidu 2.530. It's been a faultless race so far. He hasn't picked up a single penalty, although the penalties have been pretty spare through this race. We haven't seen too many being applied. We've seen obviously the 2 at the back of the field, and then 1 for Yacine Gaz, but otherwise it's been pretty clean so far, especially for this man right here. Let's go to 4th position and see how that battle is going on. 5th position, because Jack Carlos is all by his lonesome at the moment, but battling behind him is Sunit Gonzalez and Mohammed Zubair, excuse me, who's behind the gamer tag, or PSN ID, and has managed to find a way through Sunit Gonzalez, but they're side by side at the exit of Rouge, as they're now into the sweeping right-hander there. It looks like Sunit Gonzalez is going to try around the outside, and Mohammed Zubair has the inside line going down to the right-hander here, And it looks like CIK Gonzalez is going to get the switchback. Is he? No, he literally 4 wheels off the ground there through the corner. And unfortunately, that's put him in a deficit now and drops him slightly back from CIK Gonzalez by about 0.4 of a second. Although he is slowly reeling him in there in the braking zone. Look who's behind him. That's Zolo Vita. And it looks like he's managed to catch up as well in these past couple of laps, bringing his BMW M6 into the mix as well. You just see Jack Carlos in front of this battle here between Mohamed Zubair and CIK Gonzalez, who have been battling throughout the entire race, all 6 laps, excuse me. They've been battling since the get-go, and it looks like CIK Gonzalez may have to settle for 6th position unless he can force a mistake out of Mohamed Zubair here, as they work their way now through Sector 2 here for the final time. And Zolo Vita just biding his time here. He's waiting for these two to topple over one another, and he wants to benefit from this. He wants to be 5th place. The good news is that he is in the top 8, and he will be in one of our semi-finals. He will be, if he finishes in 8th position, he will be in the second of the semi-finals. Oh, sorry, wait, he's 7th, isn't he? So he would be in... Would he be? Would he be in our first or would he be in our second semi-final? We'll come back to that later, because I have a feeling our race leader has gone across the line. Indeed he has. So Zoo2534 starts the second round off with a win, followed by Yassi Gaz, who takes 2nd. Behind him is Mohamed Gilan. Jack Carlos across the line, but who will it be in 5th position? It looks like Mohamed Zubair just comes across the line ahead of CIK Gonzalez, and then Zolo Vita in 7th position, with Silber1234 taking the final position. Do drivers earn points from this race? No, they don't, IX Ghost. They only gain points in the final rounds, and it's only 1st through 10th that get points, so the 2 drivers that finish in 11th and 12th do not receive points. So they only get the points in the final race of the day. And it looks like Zoo2530 has started round 2 off in style with a fantastic and flawless win there. Lights to flag victory for the young Malaysian driver there. We'll now swap servers. We'll now join the second heat race. And of course, as we did with round 1, we will keep the stream running. We will not stop it partway through. We tried that last year. It was too much of a hassle. So we just decided to keep the streams running full stop. Not full stop, but just keep going. And yes, they do breach 4 hours here of racing, which is fantastic because we just have so many great races. I know last time at the Nürburgring we had some fantastic races, especially in the heat races and the semi-finals. We couldn't predict who would be where at the line and what was going to happen. The good news is I've just been informed from the officials that there are no penalties to be dished out during that race. The game has done its what it's supposed to do and handed the penalties during the race, and the officials are happy as well, so no one is moving around, which is great news actually for Zoo2530, because that means he maintains his victory, although a flawless race nonetheless from the Malaysian driver. Cannot fault him anywhere. So it looks like we have all 8 drivers here ready to go for heat race number 2. So let's have a quick look at who we have here. But before we do that, let's just give a quick shout out to our sponsors, because of course Dubai Autodrome and Dragon Racing will be supplying our top 3 drivers at the end of the championship with some amazing prizes for all 3 of our top 3 finalists in the 3rd round, because I think we'll have the special round for the 12 Emirati drivers will take place on the 4th of August, but before that we'll have the final round of the championship, and our top 3 from there will get a driving experience, or better yet, they will get a BMW driving experience courtesy of the Dubai Autodrome. Of course, with that they will get to unleash a BMW on track, and I'm pretty sure it's one of the big ones. I don't want to get the wrong one. I think it's the M2 that they'll get to drive around the track, which is an awesome prize in itself. However, for our top point scorer at the end of the season, they will receive a very special track day experience courtesy of Dragon Racing, and the car they will get to use will be a Mini Cooper JCW touring car. And that, in its own right, is an absolutely incredible prize to drive a touring car, especially a mini JCW one that is, of course, set up by the legendary Dragon Racing here in the United Arab Emirates. That is a fantastic prize for our top point scorer at the end of the championship. So a huge shout out to both Dragon Racing and Dubai Autodrome for supplying us this season with some amazing prizes for what is the second season of the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. And I can tell you right now off the top of my head, because I do know who is the current point leader, because we've had just 10 drivers receive points. ATCUAE, the young Thai driver, is our championship leader, and conveniently ATCUAE is here in heat race number 2. There he is in his BMW M6, and he's certainly got a very big target on his back, because he is of course the man to beat. He put in 3 absolutely incredible races last time out in our first round. Last season he was here as well, and he was certainly one to beat. I'm adamant that I'm 100% sure he finished in the top 3, and great to see him back yet again in the championship. And of course, as we said, he is the championship leader. Romano Labori, last year's champion, is also back, but he's not in this session, is he? No, he isn't. He's in our 3rd of the heat races. So let's have a look at who the 10 drivers that we should have here in heat race number 2. Charlie Hayek, who is Hayeks, excuse me, is one of our drivers here. We have Jibran Khan, Jibran_MJ. Vafi Khan is here. Haikers Vafi, who is in this session. Rawi Tawa is Auto Commune, who returns from last season. Usama Rasia, or Ovic09, is here, the Moroccan driver. I know that he has quite a fan base here in the championship, so great to see him returning for round number 2. Harry Hannam, or Hazard Racing _19. Now he's one to watch here. He was a very feisty young driver during the first round, and he did win. I knew he won his heat race. I can't remember if he won his semi-final, but he was certainly one to watch out for, and is certainly one here to upset Aiko Sigrid's party here this weekend. So we'll keep a close eye on Harry Hannam. Now I know Ryan Trutch is not here this weekend. We have another driver in his place, and that will be Al-Shamsi, or Mohammed Al-Shamsi, who will be behind the wheel of that car. And as you said, so it won't be Ryan Trutch, and I can tell you his gamer tag is not 2BC, it is Al-Shamsi. That makes things nice and easy for us, doesn't it? James Swindells is back as well this weekend. His PSN ID is James Swindells X, and another driver to watch here actually this weekend. So it looks like we have 3 very competitive drivers in this field alone. So picking who would be on the top spot of the podium, let alone who will be at the front of the field for heat race number 2, it's going to be quite difficult here. So it could be any one of the 9 drivers who've gone through so far. The 10th and final driver though is Gaith Al-Mullah, and he is OMYK16. So we're about to get underway for the qualifying. As with heat race number 1, we will do 7 minutes of qualifying, a 6-lap race, excuse me, and then we will find out who our 8 drivers will be going into one of 2 semi-finals, and well, we'll have to wait and see that. Bashant, that's a very interesting way to look at it. Maybe it is something the EMSO can look at, maybe not for this championship, maybe for the next championship that we run, for running the teams or groups even on based on performance. Now that would be quite interesting, because it would be quite interesting to see our top tier drivers. Now I don't obviously want to say that we don't have top tier drivers, because everyone here in the championship is top tier in their own rights, or own right even, and all of them have done a phenomenal job over the past 2 rounds that we've had. We'll include this one already because we've already had one heat race, and we've already seen some great racing, especially at the back of the field in the first heat race. And it's an interesting take, but I think it might cause a little bit of an issue. It's best, I think, to bundle everyone up together, because of course that way then the drivers that may not be on pace can follow the lines that say ATCUAE or Harry Hannam are doing, and they can learn from the best in the series so far. So we are underway here for the qualifying for heat race number 2. We're looking at current championship leader ATCUAE, the young Thai driver. Certainly, as we said before, has got a large target on his back, but this man right here, Harry Hannum, is another one to watch. He has a Racing 19 in his BMW M6. He was certainly a very quick driver in the opening rounds at Nürburgring GP circuit, excuse me. Won his heat race, did very well in his semi-final and the final as well, put on an epic race along with ATCUAE and this man here as well, James Swindells. That's yes, that is him, because he's tucked in behind ATCUAE at the moment, and looks like he's going to take his time going through the bus stop here. He's going to try and get as much clean air as possible as he's slow through the corner. Now, of course, this is the tactic, so he doesn't have much to deal with in front of him or behind him, although I can see Al-Shamsi is behind him, as we said, one of the newcomers here for round number 2, and one of a handful, or better, even more than a handful of Emirati drivers that are participating in this championship. And of course, for our Emirati drivers that are participating in this digital championship, of course, the 12 best of the drivers hailing from the United Arab Emirates, or are Emirati actually, because of course the championship rules state that all drivers must be residing or at least have citizenship. As long as they live in the United Arab Emirates here, or have a living status here in the UAE, they of course can participate in our championship. But for those of the drivers who do actually hail from the United Arab Emirates, they will go into an extra round to be held on the 6th of August, and they'll be competing for 2 tickets to the MENA Digital Cup, and the 12 best Emirati drivers will be in that race. And not sure how that will work. I wonder, because I've not been told if there's another championship at the moment with different points for Emirati drivers only. I think the EMSO organisers and the officials will sort that out and pick out the 12 best. No doubt there is definitely a way to sort that out, as we will now have a look at who has set fast times. As Harry Hannum set a time that not quite, as he's now working his way into the left-hander here, not the final left-hander, because of course there's one other one to go, but he's going now towards, well, he's just gone through one of the fastest parts of the track here, flat out through there, I could imagine, heavy into the braking zone, into the bus stop, and let's see what Harry Hannum could do on his first lap here at Spa-Francorchamps. Now it's saying there's a blue flag out now. Is there a car stopped anywhere through the bus stop? No, he's done a 2:15.341. That is a mighty quick lap time there from Harry Hannum. But let's see what ATCUAE Great Championship leader can do. He's done a 1:15.825. That puts him second. Vafi Khan has gone third fastest in his chrome BMW M6. Avicii 09 in his Moroccan flag inspired BMW M6 has gone fourth fastest with a 2:23.586. Wow, those very Harry Hannum and ATCUAE go almost in a different continent at the moment. They're about what 7 seconds faster than third place by the looks of it, as Tony Hayek goes 7th fastest by the looks of it, 2:21. Oh, actually, there was 2:18 for Avicii 09, so no, he's not that far back compared to our top 2 at the moment. Vafi Khan as well in the mix as well with a 2:17.798. Let's have a look what James Swindells has done. Now he's done a 2:18.790. Auto Commune has done a 2:20.777. Oh, it looks like he's having possible internet issues, or possibly that's my internet that's playing around. I would not be surprised, even though I am on a cable, but luckily we've not had anything like that happen in round number 1 or round number 2 so far. Here's one of our newcomers, Mohammed Al-Shamsi, and I've just dropped my controller, so that's why the screen has gone completely different and I've lost the timing. There we go, it's come back. Let's put the controller somewhere safer, at least until the end of the round here, so he doesn't press any buttons. Now OMYK16, another newcomer to the championship there, in a do like the colour of his BMW M6. I see someone just ahead of him has picked up a penalty somehow. I can imagine that's using too much of the track. It's a very nice livery there, sort of a metallic purple with a pineapple on the side of the car there. It's great to see. Let's go to one of the BMW Z4 cars here, with Mohamed Al Shamsi behind the wheel. One of... Oh, okay, I won't call him Autocommune anymore, I'll call him Glitch Boy instead. I hope he's not using a lag switch, that's for sure. But here we're looking at Mohamed Al Shamsi, currently qualified in 9th position for the time being, and it looks like this will be his final time to go round. Now, I've just seen that James Swindells was briefly bumped down the order, but he's gone back up, and Glitch Boy has gone into 6th position. Gibran MJ is now in 9th position. Let's see what Mohamed Al Shamsi can do when he comes across the line. Now, he's in the I don't want to say unfavourable BMW Z4, but it's certainly not been the car of choice. The front runners have always been in the BMW M6, and it looks to be the Z4 and the M3 are still at somewhat of a deficit here at Spa-Francorchamps. Thought maybe that would just be because of the Nürburgring, but it seems to be the elevation changes here at Spa-Francorchamps are not paying off for the BMW Z4 or the BMW M3 either. Here is Harry Hannam, though, our pole sitter for this race provisionally. It still says that we have 1 minute 40 seconds remaining on the clock, so we could actually see another driver put a fast lap time in. Let's see where ATCUAE is at the moment. No, I don't think he will be. So it looks like it's only Harry Hannam who has one lap left. So let's see if he can improve his time. He is 0.4 of a second faster at the moment compared to championship leader. Let's see if he can improve as he works his way now through Sector 2 into the right-hander, who go across the timing sector beacon and into Sector 3 here for the final time. And he has plenty of time on the clock. I know that he's got 1 minute to go. Let's see if he is on a flyer here. Now, I've lost what time he's currently on. So we'll leave that for the time being, as he's now in through one of the fastest corners on the track here. Looks like he didn't lift at all going through there, and now as he approaches the bus stop, can he improve? His fastest lap so far was a 2:15.341. He is 0.4 of a second faster compared to ATCUAE. What can he do when he comes across the line? Does he improve? No, he doesn't. I don't know what he did there at the last time, but his fastest lap was a 2:15.341, which is good enough to put him in pole position ahead of championship leader. Now, why has my cursor come back? I don't want to see the cursor on the race screen. Please disappear. Thank you. The cursor is now gone. There on the left-hand side of your screen is Harry Hannam, who qualified in pole position for heat race number 2. To his right, behind him, or better yet, to our right and his left, and the cursor is somehow returned. Cursor, go away. On his left-hand side behind him is championship leader ATCUAE. Behind him is... I can't see because it hasn't shown us who it is. It is Vafi Khan. Behind him is James Swindells X. Now, he's going to be one to watch here, but let's see what Harry Hannam can do from the get-go. And here's that, this is the debate here. So Harry Hannam has started the race already and is now gapping the field. Now, for the drivers that are working their way through the bus stop, they're already at a deficit already, which is... was a talking point before we started the races here, and it's a great start from Harry Hannam, and like I say, immediately in hot pursuit there of the pole sitter as they work their way down towards Rouge, as they make that valiant descent, and then they'll descend, they will ascend Rouge here for the fastest track of the corner, and what a picturesque corner it is as well. Absolutely lovely in real life too, as Harry Hannam is out in front, but we've only gone through, what, 3 corners, so of course he's still out in front, as hasn't put a foot wrong just yet. Behind him is ATCUAE, and these two have managed to put a gap between themselves and Vafi Khan for the time being, as there is James Swindells as he closes the gap on Vafi Khan. Here is Avicii 09 in 5th position with Glitch Boy behind him. It's Autocommune in 6th position. Down towards the cut-off area, Gibran MJ in 7th position has got a 1.3 second penalty, and he's done that sort of before the halfway point of the track has even been completed. Now, I can only assume he's got that through Rouge, because of course I know from my own experience, if you go off too far to the left, and you cut that corner, you get slammed with quite a big penalty. Andre Corey, yeah, I do agree with you there. It does. The rolling start is definitely a hot topic here, because a lot of the drivers who start sort of fourth and backwards are rolling through the bus stop, while our basically pole position and our first two rows are rolling through. Actually, not even the first two rows. The first row is rolling through and across the line, while the others are at the bus stop, and they're essentially gaining nothing there, which is really unfortunate for the guys that start in fourth position. Zuhair, well, it was a discussion to have a standing start. However, the officials decided to go and continue on with the rolling start. Obviously, a great battle here brewing for not just at the back of the grid, but for 7th and 8th position, sort of the last two places here to go into our semi-final, as Gibran MJ is heavy on the brakes. So it looks like the BMW M6 has better stopping power in comparison to the BMW Z4, and we just saw that as the BMW M6 was behind. I know that the car did go into ghost mode, so it was much easier to pass essentially through the BMW Z4 for the M6 driver, but it looks to be the M6 has better brakes in comparison. And what's happened to the man that's in 10th position, Mohammed Al-Shamsi, because he was battling with Charlie Hayek, but it looks like he's dropped back. Now, Jack Vlogs, it's a very interesting question. I personally can't answer it, but I'm sure one of the officials can. I know that there is an official or two in the chat, and hopefully they can give you a response. Now, Gibran MJ was a little bit too hot through that Rouge corner there, and has dropped back now, and unfortunately he's picked up a 5/10 of a second penalty again through there. It's very tricky to go through that climb at full speed. If you get it wrong ever so slightly, that's it, you're done and dusted. Let's go back now with race leader Harry Hannam, that leads by 1.5 seconds over ATCUAE, who is our championship leader. Sevag, you think Andre's going to qualify on pole? We're going to have to wait and see with heat race number 3, aren't we? Let's see who he's with. I'm not going to give any information away just yet. Oh, but he looks like he does have the reigning champion in there. And he also has some newcomers as well. He also has some real-life races too. Even though Andre Corey is a real-life racer as well. Races here in the United Arab Emirates. Raced in the Dubai Endurance Kartdrome. Dubai Kartdrome Endurance Championship a couple of weeks ago. So here are our two race leaders, Harry Hannam leading by 1.4 seconds, almost 1.5 there, with ATCUAE. Now, this seems to be quite a hard track to catch up to the race leader. So we work our way downhill again. There's Harry Hannam, who continues to lead. Now, James Swindells, he's managed to snag third place, but he's also managed to snag himself a penalty as well of 0.0 seconds, so he's bringing that down, and that's quite a wild ride through Rouge as they work their way up the hill, as Vafi Khan looks to retake third position back, as he's all over the back of that BMW M6, as he's in the tow now, but James Swindells shuts the door on him going down towards that corner, or does he? Because he was going through the right-hander. It looks like Vafi Khan has the inside line as they merge into one another. And it looks like Vafi Khan settles for fourth position. James Swindells just seemed to have a much tighter line there, a better exit compared to Vafi Khan. And it looks like is that Reach 09 and Glitch Boy battling out there for fifth position. Oh, it looks like a little bit of banter before the race starts here in the chat between Andre Corey and fellow competitors in the championship here. As we're keeping a close eye now on James Swindell's and Vafi Khan, who are battling for third position. Looks like in the second and third sector, James Swindell's has the car nailed down, but it looks like through the first sector, Vafi Khan has the better approach. Although, speaking of bad approach, you just saw in the background there, he's sort of hopping over the curbs, which of course will impact his time. Let's go back up to the race leader and see that the gap is increased by 0.6 of a second. It's now 2 seconds to the good between Harry Hannum and ATCUAE. I think Harry Hannum wants those championship points because, of course, if Harry Hannum wins our final today, and he finished second last time out, he will be tied with points with ATCUAE going into the final round of the championship. Will make it very interesting as well in our shortened E-Motorsports Championship here in the EMSO. Of course, the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. This, of course, is round 2 of the championship. We've already crowned one race winner, that's ATCUAE. Harry Hannum, though, he's yet to have an overall victory. He's won heat races and a semi-final, thanks for the kind words there, Savag, for skipping F1 practice to watch the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. Be interesting to see who will be on pole for the next Formula 1 race at Paul Ricard, of course, take place on Sunday. So, Bag, what time does the race start on Sunday? I don't know, because I want to see, is it 4 o'clock again, or it'll be 5 o'clock? Because I know our next race here for the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship will take place again at 4 p.m. on Friday in 2 weeks, at the beginning of July. We'll be crowning a championship and one of our drivers, one of our 40-plus drivers, because I'm pretty sure we had 40 drivers last time. We have newcomers this weekend, so we've had over 40 drivers already enter the championship. Oh, and it looks like ATCUAE has picked up a penalty. Indeed, he has. He's got 0.4 of a second penalty on his head, and he's going to have to drop back. Now, he somehow gained 1/10 of a second on Harry Hannum, but has a 0.4 of a second penalty on his head, and that gap's now gone back up to 2 seconds. Thanks, Savag, there for providing the time for the next Formula 1 race. But more importantly, ATCUAE, championship leader, has a 0.4 of a second penalty looming over his head. Now he's 7 seconds up the road, or better yet, close to 8 seconds up the road from James Swindell's, and it looks like it's not going to cost him anything when he's now managed to bring that penalty down to pretty much 0 at the line this time round, as we now start the penultimate lap here at Spa-Francorchamps as part of our digital summer series, or the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. Of course, this is round 2. Round 3 will take place later on in 2 weeks' time. And if you're watching and you're interested in participating in the championship, head on over to the EMSO's website, where you can sign up for a digital race license, and you too could be in our championship. Although you might not be fighting for the top seat of the podium, but you could fight alongside our epic list of drivers hailing from all over the world, not just the United Arab Emirates, Thailand, England, pretty much everywhere in the world. I think we've got all 4 corners of the map covered. We've also got drivers of all ages as well in the field, ranging from just 13 all the way up to 40 plus, and all of them are on par with one another, as Harry Hannum continues to lead here by 2.3 seconds. So he's added more of a gap between himself and ATCUAE. Let's go down to 6th position and see what's going on here. It looks like Auto Commune has dropped back from Vic 09. They were battling not too long ago, and it looks like Vafi Khan has also dropped back from James Swindell's as well, because they were battling about 2 laps ago. And I must say, that's quite an impressive livery there on a Vic 09's car, especially on the sides. They're very cool livery there on the side. Reminds me of Tony Hawk's American Wasteland stickers. Did I just prove how old I am? When did that game come out? 15 years ago. Wow, it's a long time. I think actually older than that, come to think of it, is Tony Hawk's American Wasteland. And there he There's Ovitro 9 in his Moroccan liveried BMW M6, currently circulating in 5th position. Let's go back now to 7th on track. There's Charlie Hayek in 7th position, and then behind him is OMYK. Oh, interesting. OMYK has snuck his way quietly into our top 8, which is good news for him, because of course if he finishes in 8th position, he'll of course be in our semi-final. I mean, not doing that will of course confirm that you will be in our top in our semi-final, but if you go off track you may lose a position to Gibran MJ, who unfortunately has gone the wrong way in his BMW Z4. And as we said, the BMW Z4 seems to be struggling over our race weekend. So here's Mohammed Al-Shamsi in his BMW Z4. It kind of looks like he may be having a slight issue with connection, unless that's actually my connection, because it looked like he was sort of floating round that corner there. Basil, I don't think you can switch between the BMW cars, so I guess that was a question that the EMSO officials can answer. But I know that you can't swap to a different manufacturer, you must stick with a BMW. I'm not sure if you can swap from a BMW Z4 to an M6. I think the rules stipulate that you must keep the same car throughout the championship, and I haven't seen anyone else swap from, say, a Z4 to an M3 or an M6 so far, what they used in the first round. Looks like Mohammed Al-Shamsi still getting the grips here with Spa-Francorchamps. Let's go back to the race leader, Harry Hannum, who now leads by 2.1 seconds over ATCUAE, who sits, as we said, in 2nd position. James Swindell's in 3rd place. He's 9.5 seconds behind ATCUAE, but the good news is that he's now 6 seconds between Vafi Khan. So there's definitely been a mistake somewhere from Vafi Khan, because he's dropped back quite significantly from James Swindell's, and he's now being caught by Ovitro 9. Thank you, Dominic, for responding in the group chat. Dominic Simon, of course, one of our many officials here this weekend, who is officiating the races to ensure that everything is by the book and no one is doing anything cheeky. So, of course, if you think you're going to go over the lines and you think the officials are not going to see you, they will see you. There we go. So you can't change your car mid-round, but you can change it for the next event. So you can use one of the other 2 BMWs, because of course there are 4, but essentially 2 of them are the same car. As Harry Hannum, we just missed it, went across the line there to take a victory here in his heat race ahead of championship leader ATCUAE. In 3rd position it is James Swindell's, who will be in one of our 2 semi-finals. Then across the line will be Vafi Khan and Ovitro 9, who will be in a semi-final as well. Also Commune will be in 1-2 after coming across the line in 6th position. Charlie Hayek, but OMYK 16 will be the final man into one of our semi-finals here in his first time in the championship. There he is. Well, he just unfortunately missed out, but he will be in one of our 2 semi-finals. Now let's pick up the controller and have the dreaded cursor appear on screen, although now it doesn't want to appear. But that wraps up our 2nd race of the day. We still have 4 to go. We have 1 more heat race, and then we have 2 semi-finals, and then we have our grand finale. Who will it be? Will it be Harry Hannum, ATCUAE, James Swindell, Andre Khoury, or any of the other racers that we have here in today's round? Well, we'll have to wait and see as we now enter race 3, or heat race number 3, to see who our final 8 drivers into our semi-final and who they will be. Now, let's have a quick look at who we have through and into this heat race. I know that we have defending champion Romano Labori. We also have Andre Khoury, who is here. We have Mishant Galani, who is Gaijin 71. I'm inclined to agree with you, Usama, about the rolling start. It does look like those who are starting 4th and below do have a slight issue. It should be a standing start. Let's see if the officials decide to change it before the start of the final. So we are now underway, or about to get underway, even for the third heat race. It looks like we have all drivers. I think we're just waiting for the officials to join. The good news is that we're still actually on schedule. We're actually at the moment 13 minutes ahead of schedule. Let's see if we will start early. And while we wait for the session to begin, let's have a look now at who is on the entry list for heat race number 3. As we said, Vishant Golani, or Gaijin71 as his PSN ID, is here. We have Iyad Al-Azab, who is Iyad Al-Azab. His gamer tag, Ramad Labori, with Ramad Labori is his PSN ID, and he is the defending champion here in the 2021 EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. Round 2. He is not our current championship leader though. Anthony Shanok, or SK Shanok, is his PSN ID. Andre Corey with PX7 Decory as his gamer tag. Danny Shields, Dan the Man 225. Now, we haven't seen Dan the Man since last season. Great to see him back in the championship. We have Dina Ihalasi, who is Thrier 22, our only female competitor in the championship. Unfortunately, know that she had issues last time round. It'll be great to see her in this week's race for the third time here. Of course, this is heat race number 3. Seb Murray, or Seb Racing 91. Then we have Salam Al-Ketbi, Rabdan Motorsports, with Sultan Khalifa, Joker Devil 99 as his PSN ID. So we'll keep an eye now on. So we have 8 drivers on track at the moment. Or at least 8 drivers in the field. 1 driver is in the pit lane, that is Andre Khoury. Let's see if we'll have the rest of the drivers partake, because of course we'll have 2 more drivers that need to enter the session. I can see that we're missing, we're missing Sultan Al-Khalifa, yes, Sultan Al-Khalifa, excuse me, in this. We are missing. Yes, we are missing Joker Devil 99, and we're missing Thrier 22 as well. At least they're not shown as in the race. Let's see what's going on here. Is there anything to note? No, not at the moment. Where's heat race number 3? I wonder. There's Group 1. Group 2. Now, where is Group 3? Here we go. So we're still waiting for 2 drivers to enter the fray. I mean, it's not really a fray, it's quite calm at the moment before we start the 3rd and final heat race and select our final 8 drivers for the semi-finals. Of course, we have 2 semi-finals that will consist of 12 drivers, I think, apiece. So we have 8 plus 8 plus 8, 16, that's 24. 24 divided by 2 is 12. So yes, there we go, that's quick math. And so there'll be a slight alteration to the semi-finals compared to the heat races, of course. It includes a 7-minute qualifying session. However, the laps will be increased. Well, it doesn't say how long the laps will be increased by. Now, last time we increased it by 2, so I could presume it'll be 2 again. So we'll have 8 laps, if I'm not mistaken, for the semi-finals. And then, for our semi-finals, we'll take our top 6 from each one. So we'll take a total of 12 into our finale from each category. So 6 from semi-final 1 and 6 from semi-final 2. And they will have another 7-minute qualifying session and then a 10-lap race. Who will it be? We don't know, because of course we still have to do our semi-finals. And of course we still have to do our 3rd and final heat race, don't we? As we said, we're missing 2 drivers. The good news is that we are slightly ahead of schedule, so we can wait for some time, although I'm pretty sure the stewards and the officials would like to get the race started as soon as possible, as will the drivers, because of course it looks like, unfortunately, we may not have Sultan in the session. We may not have Sultan Khalifa. It seems to be he's having issues with his PlayStation. Now, this was unfortunate. This is not something that we've seen before, but I know that we had issues last time out with connection issues. We had drivers who controllers ran out of batteries. We had racing rigs basically break during the race, which was rather random. But the biggest issue we had last time was a connection issue. Now it seems to be, of course, that is been fixed. Motaz, why do I need to say your name? Wait, are you... Let's see, wait. I'm going to look through the list. Are you racing anywhere here? Are you on the list, Mr. Motaz? I don't see you on the entry list anywhere. Are you just asking for a shout-out in the chat? Well, Motaz, I'm not going to give you a shout-out, as we have more important matters to sort out, such as the grid start situation. So, as we mentioned before, this was a hot topic before we actually started the first heat race, whether or not we'd have a rolling start or we'd have standing starts. Now, it seems to be a lot of the drivers at the moment have been commenting on the chat that we should go for a rolling start. And in all fairness, I'm actually inclined to agree with the drivers there, but it's not obviously up to us. It's down to the EMSO officials and the stewards to decide, and the race admin to sort out what they think is best. So we will wait to see if there is a decision made and if there are any changes. So we're still waiting for one driver. We know that another driver, we know Sultan Khalifa has a problem with his PlayStation of all things, and it's not obviously an easy fix. Can't just go pick up another PlayStation, take more than 10 minutes for that. The good news is, we said we are ahead of schedule, so we do have a little bit of leeway here. We've got 7 minutes to go before the race is this heat race qualification is scheduled to start, so it gives us enough time. It seems to be this starting grid formation is a hot topic at the moment. Let's see what, as we said, the stewards and the officials decide here if we will have a change for the semi-final. I do think it would be best for at least the final to be changed. I'm inclined to also agree that the semi-finals starting procedure should also be changed, because it will make things a bit more interesting, because we've seen it, I don't want to say it's been easy to win here at Spa-Francorchamps with a rolling start, but it does seem to be, it is quite tough for the rest of the field to catch up to those who are leading. I don't want to take anything away from, of course, Harry Hannum and our other race winner, that was Zoo 2530. They both put on an excellent showcase, and they were faultless throughout the race, no penalties anywhere. They were completely clean, but I do think that the starting procedure does need to be looked into, especially going through from the bus stop, because of course the starting line is literally just a few meters away from that left-hander, and of course, with that said, the majority of the field is actually only working their way through the bus stop, which puts them already at a disadvantage. The beast, I agree with you there. The racecraft is certainly what makes racing good, but when the grid start procedure is, let's say, not favourable towards those who are mid-pack towards the end of the field, even those who start on the second row of the grid seem to be struggling as well. That's true. They do definitely. People that start behind second position are getting mugged, because essentially they are starting through the left, through the corner. Now, that's not that one there, is it? Because of course we still have to settle who will be in our semi-final from this race here. See, now it's becoming a debate. Now, what's the best starting procedure? Is it rolling start, or is it a standing start? I'm inclined to believe that the standing start will probably be better, at least for the final, because it might make things a little bit more interesting, especially going down towards turn number 1, because obviously you're starting on what would be the slowest corner. Yeah, there you go, Vapikan. I knew someone would bring up turn 1, not just myself. Turn 1 would be very, very interesting, because of course it's one of the heaviest braking zones on track, and it's one of the slowest parts of the track as well. It will certainly be chaos going down towards it, but I guess at the same At the same time, it will, as the Beast mentioned before, it's racecraft that makes racing good. So it'll be down to the drivers to contain themselves, because of course this isn't a demo derby. This is racing, and you're of course racing for something here as well, thanks to our partners, both Dubai Autodrome and Dragon Racing, who are supplying us with amazing prizes. There are things on the line here, so of course, if you do go into turn one with the mindset is that it's me first and everyone else in front of me gets out of my way and I'm going to just barge through you, of course you're not going to win that race that way, are you? Because the stewards will just tag you with a penalty for causing an avoidable collision, which will be an issue. Of course, Harry would say rolling starts are fine from his amazing lights to flag victory, and of course ZU2530 would also agree that rolling starts are the preferred way, but I think for the rest of the field it's a little difficult for them to sort of swallow that pill, because of course they are essentially at a huge disadvantage. So with 2 minutes away to go before we start the race, we're still waiting for one driver, that is Thuraya 22, who unfortunately I don't think will make it. Unfortunately, we didn't see her out last time either. I think she had connection issues. Maybe we have the connection gremlins again, which is, I guess, good news and bad news, because it's actually no, it's not good. It's not bad news for anybody. It's good news for everybody, because we will only have 8 drivers, which mean we have all 8 of Group 3 progressing to the semi-finals. Is that good news? Don't think so. Let's wait and see what happens with this. So we are, like we said, 2 minutes to go. I'll just take a quick breather so I can have some water. And it looks like the qualifier will get underway. So my my timer is off. Right, so here we go. Qualifying is set to begin, and Romano Labori is chatting in the group, or the chat even, rather than focusing on qualifying, but I think he is on his way out. See, the Hannam family household is in the chat as well. Great to see support for the drivers here in our digital championship, even though it is all online, and of course it might be slightly harder to watch. Of course, we are running a live feed throughout, which we don't stop. It continues on, and we have the live chat as well for the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. This, of course, is round 2, and it's great to see the chat is buzzing at the moment and in full support of all our drivers here. Session is now live, so we are underway for qualifying, and you probably noticed that a few of the drivers are also in the chat commenting. As Romano Labori was chatting away just before we started the race, to see fans out for Andre Jorge, Romaldo and Chinook. I don't know why he's supporting those drivers, but nonetheless, great to see that drivers are being supported here, and the fan base are flying into the chat. The Beast, again, I agree with you there with the rolling start. It is certainly the advantage to both P1 and P2, but I guess that's where the strategy now will kick in, because of course now with the subsequent races for the drivers that have already participated in heat races 1, 2 and 3 for our first of the semi-finals, the drivers will be no doubt gunning for both P1 and P2, because that's of course where you want to be. I see there are a lot of Sri Lankan fans in the track as well. Thank you, Dominic, for saying that no points are awarded throughout the quarter and semi-final. I'm aware of that. Those points will only be handed out at the end of the final. As I said, we're talking about seeing the amount of Sri Lankan fans now. I would say something in Sri Lankan, but unfortunately I don't know anything nice to say in Sinhalese. I will blame my best friend for that, who is also Sri Lankan and doesn't teach me anything good when I go visit the country. So also Dominic's made a note that the only way to advance to the next round is, of course, finishing in the top 8. The good news is for our 8 drivers in the third heat race here, all 8 of them, sorry, will go into the final, at least one of the semi-finals that we'll have here. So it's good news for our 8 drivers. So 7-minute qualifying session underway here for our 8 drivers. As we said, unfortunately we're missing Sultan Khalifa, who's having problems with his PlayStation. Not sure why we don't have Dina in the session, possibly because she may be having connection issues. I know that connection issues were an issue last time out as well here. So we are live. Of course, we are about to set the field for our third and final heat race. Of course, we still have 3.5 minutes to go and we've not yet set a lap time in. So it'll be interesting to see now who will set the fastest lap time. Ramadan Racing, that's Salama Ketbi, who is behind the wheel of that car. Of course, Salama Ketbi raced the TRD 86 Cup here a few years ago. He also races in the UAE NGK UAE Pro Car Championship as well. It's NGK first, not UAE. And he is racing here as well digitally in our championship here, the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. And of course he raced in round 1 and back again for round 2. We are still awaiting the first lap times to come in. It looks like Iyad Azab found a way past Salim, and it'll be the first one to set a lap time. But it'll be interesting to see what he will do, as I see some of the faster drivers, including Romano Labori, Andre Corey, are further back the field. I noticed that we don't have Patrick Di Battista here this weekend either, so unfortunately Patrick Di Battista missing out this weekend. Hope to see him back in round 3 of the championship. So through the bus stop they go. 2:21 is the fastest time so far, but I know that the drivers can go quicker than that. There we go. So we get 2:18s now, as we're into the right-hander here for the second of the flying laps. Okay, then that explains why we're missing a few drivers. There's kart racing down at the rack track, so of course drivers who are participating in that, of course, don't have access to a PlayStation while they're testing, so of course they are not here. So unfortunately they're not here, but hopefully we'll see them back out in 2 weeks' time. Let's see how this plays out. So Romano Labori now is the fastest man out there so far by a tenth of a second, with a 2:15.646. Now Harry Hannam did a 2:15.4, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous round. So Romano Labori about a second off Harry Hannam's time so far. Dan the Man currently sits in second position with a lap time of 2:16.637. So it's good news for Romano Labori that he's already a second faster on the first of his qualification laps here after the outlap was completed. And then we have Seb Racing 91 in third place, and he's done a 2:17.637, who is a further second behind. Now let's see what Andre Khoury has done so far. Well, he hasn't set a lap time yet, interestingly enough. Oh yes, he has. He's done a 2:17.039, but he's not set a fast lap time yet. He's currently shown as 8th place at the moment, so he's definitely in a deficit when we start the race, if he qualifies in 8th place, because he's going to be in that halfway point. Now he's going to have a flawless lap here. He's going to have to put not a single foot wrong in his BMW M6. Let's see what he can do as he's through the right-hander, downhill. He makes a descent yet again. As we said, this has to be a pitch-perfect lap here for Andre Khoury, because the qualifying is officially over when the drivers come across the line this time round. And Andre Khoury, well, he's not going to have enough time to have a second lap. Now Romano Labori still leading from Dan the Man and Seb Racing 91. What can Andre Khoury do? Will he be able to top the timesheets? I really wish we could see split times for the driver that we're looking at, rather than just have a blinking timer on the right-hand side. It'd be great to see what he's doing, and if he is faster in comparison to, say, Romano Labori or Dan the Man, as using as much of the track as he can. Looks like he hasn't put a foot wrong just yet. Looks like a nice clean run here for Andre. Into to the left-hander here at Spa-Francorchamps for the final time in his qualifying. Can he improve? Can he shoot his way up the order? As he'll now go into one of the slowest parts of the track, a right and a left. As up the hill we go. What is his time when he comes across line? It does look rather fast. Is he going to beat Romano Labori? No, he's not. A 2:16.746. That's good enough for third position. And he's across the line. He will be at least on the second row of the grid. It looks like we have a full BMW M6 race here. I did notice there was one difference. That's because, of course, I think one driver's taken the different team car, so there is a slight difference. There is Romano Labori on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side is Down the Man 225, and then we have Andre Corey, who's in third position. Seb Racing 91 is in fourth, with Shamrock in fifth position, with Gaijin 71 in sixth. Iyad Izab is seventh, with Salwa Ketbi rounding out our 8 drivers here in our third and final heat race. It is a rolling start once again. Into the left-hander goes Romano Labori. He's at an advantage, as is Dan the Man, as he'll work his way through the right-hand corner. And then we go green as Andre Corey goes through the left-hander there. And you can see how much of a disadvantage it really is for the drivers that start third onwards. As into the first corner goes Romano Labori. Through the right-hander he goes, with Dan the Man chasing him down the hill now for the first time. Andre Corey is looking to catch up pretty much immediately, and there he is. He's qualified in third with a last lap effort in qualifying. It will be another 6-lap showdown here as we race our way up Eau Rouge for the first time here in heat race number 1. Into sector 1 we go. Seb Racing 91 in fourth position for the time being. Let's go midfield. Let's go with Shanroku, who is trying to put a gap in between himself and Gaijin 71. Looks to be a few car lengths separating the two of them. Let's go back to the race leader, Romano Labori. He is a race leader, yes he is. Alan Corey, yes, that is certainly a hot topic at the moment. The Beast, strong words there as Dan the Man picks up a 9/10 of a second penalty, which means he put too many wheels off going through Eau Rouge, and unfortunately that puts him at a deficit now. More importantly, where is Andre Corey? He is 1.7 seconds behind at the moment. If he catches up by another 0.8 of a second, he will be in second position provisionally. As we mentioned before the race started, the good news is that the top 8 from this race will go into our one of our 2 semi-finals, and the good news is that there are only 8 drivers in this session, so all 8 of the drivers will be in that semi-final, excuse me, unless maybe there's some rules if they hit the wall, too much damage probably. Let's see what happens there. Can't really say much about that, but hopefully for the next rounds we will, or the next round even, we will have a rolling start, because of course next round we do go to a different track, and we don't announce the track until the day before the race starts, I think it is, that the drivers will be introduced to what track we're using. Of course it gives them not a lot of time to practice, but it does give them at least a full day to practice if they're not going out until Thursday and they've got nothing to do early Friday morning. I know I decided to have a go myself around Spa-Francorchamps with a few of the other drivers, and yeah, as I said earlier on in this round, that I'm certainly not up to par with anyone in this championship. I don't think I've seen anyone actually go as slow as I did. I think the fastest lap I did was a 2:30 something. I think the slowest I've seen so far is a 2:28, and then the driver improved the next lap. So yeah, I was certainly not one for the championship. But if you're looking for a way into this championship and you think you have what it takes to take down the likes of Harry Hannon, Aiko Saig, Romano Labori, Dan the Man, and the rest of the championship, well, head on over to the EMSO website and you can sign up for a digital race license. The only catch is that you need to be a resident of the United Arab Emirates, and then you can enter into our championship. It doesn't matter where you're from in the world, as long as you're a resident of the UAE, they're not a problem. You must have, though, of course, a PlayStation 4 or 5 with a copy of Gran Turismo. You must be able to have a BMW GT3 car or Group 3 car to participate as well, because of course this season we've limited to just the BMWs, of which there are 4 to choose from. 2 BMW M6s, a BMW Z4 and a BMW M3. As back on track we have ATCUAE, who is now... Is he catching the back bumper of Dan the Man? Yes, he is, because he's brought that gap down to 1.2 seconds. But this is our race leader, Romano Labori, who leads by 3.2 seconds to the good so far. And soon enough, Dan the Man is going to come under pressure. So that gap between Romano and Dan is no doubt going to go up, which is not great news for ATCUAE if he wants to challenge for a race victory. But for Danny Shields, it's going to be a bit difficult now with Andre currently breathing down his neck. Seb Racing 91, or Seb Murray, who's behind the wheel of that car, in his very vibrantly yellow and black BMW M6. Nice to see some more liveries and custom liveries being attached to some of these cars rather than the bog standard ones that the game provides you with. So great to see that the drivers have slapped on some paint. I did see in the chat before there was a vote for the best livery so far. Now I'm in two minds. I know that Mohammed Zubair has a comic book style on his car, and I've got a very soft spot for comic design and animation. So in my eyes, he is the one who's leading it so far with the best paint job. Although there is the metallic purple one with the random pineapple on the side of it, which is also quite fetching as well. I quite like that. As Jack Vlogs is saying that we'll have a standing start for the semi-finals. Now, I don't know, Jack, where have you got the information from about that? Because I'm not sure if we will have that. See, I see there are fans of Zubair's 4-hour-long livery that it took him to design. So it looks like the 4 hours has not gone to waste. Richard, I agree with you there. We do need to see a BMW art car livery. That would be absolutely gorgeous to see. I wonder if we will see one in the final round. There you go. Jack had a feeling there's been no notifications yet that we will change the starting procedures for the semi-finals, and the finals as well seem to be a rolling start as well for the time being. Let's go back over to Romano Labori, who is still out in front by now, 4.1 seconds to the good over his heat race rivals here of Dan the Man 225, or Danny Shields, who's behind the wheel of that car. And he seemed to have shaken the penalty off, but he's not been able to shake ATCUAE, because it looks like Andre is closing the gap now for second position, as it looks to be down to 0.7 of a second between the two of them. And let's go over to ATCUAE and let's see if we can ride on board. We'll ride on the top of his car here and see if we can close the gap, and when it's going to happen as he works his way through the left-hander here, and you see really closes up in the braking zones now. So we're across the line here for the fourth time. Looks like Danny Shields gets the better of the exits there, but now into turn one we go, into the heavy braking zone in the slowest corner of the track here. A tighter line from Andre as we go down now towards Erouge. So we descend and we ascend pretty fast as well. And it'd be great if Gran Turismo actually gave us some telemetry as we worked our way through here, so we could see what it would be like and how fast Andre is going through that, if he actually is going full throttle through the corner. And let's go back to the cinematic view now here, as ATCUAE 0.7 of a second separating the two of them as they work their way now into the right-hander. Doesn't close the gap through sector 1, but it's sector 2 and sector 3 where Andre closes the gap for second position as they're into the right-hander now. You just see Romano Labori exit the frame there in the top left-hand corner, as the battle still rages on for second place here between Danny Shields and ATCUAE. 0.7 of a second separate the two of them. We'll stick with this battle here to see if Andre can find a way through. We've got 2 laps to go here for the end of the race, or before the end of the race, and as we said before, we've got 8 drivers currently in the race, and the rules are the top 8 from the session go into one of 2 semi-finals, and it looks like all 8 of our drivers will go through, as Andre again, he closes down 0.2 of a second on Danny Shields. That gap's come down now to about 0.5 of a second. as they roll their way now through Sector 2 and now into Sector 3 for the 4th time. And I said this is where Andre is stronger than Danny Shields. Through Sector 2 and Sector 3, here we go. Can Andre look for a way on the inside? Not quite. He's going to have to try through the bus stop. Ooh, Andre's really closing in there. It looks like a small mistake from Danny Shields, as on the outside goes Andre, and that's not where he wants to be. Going to get the switch back through the left-hander, but not quite. Danny shuts the door on him. And now this is where Danny prevails through Sector 1. There's a valiant effort though from Andre nonetheless. It looks like we're in 4th position. We have a penalty, but I don't want to move away from this battle here for 2nd place, as that is a penalty applied to Seb Murray. And it looks like he may have got rid of that penalty as well as soon as we saw that. But here comes ATCUAE as well, looking for a way around the outside through a route. This is very tricky, boys, through here. But it looks like they got through cleanly. Andre is pushing Danny Shields up the hill. It's now onto the front, the straight they go. It's going to be side by side. Danny Shields has the inside line. That's where Andre wants to be. But he's going to have the inside line through the next corner. They're side by side through. Danny Shields just shuts the door on ATCUAE to keep himself in 2nd place for the time being. ATCUAE is not going to give up that easy. Let's go back on board with ATCUAE and let's see where he can make the move, because now we've entered Sector 2. This is where Andre is stronger compared to Danny Shields, and let's see if he can put that nose of his BMW M6 where it needs to be going through one of the corners. And I think we'll have to wait to either Sector 3 to see something, as Danny now stretches that gap out ever so slightly. As Andre's fans cheer him on and give him guidance on what he should do. Nice tight right hander there for Andre. A little bit too much curb taken there from Danny Shields. Oh, loose there through the right hander. Gives Andre a chance to catch up as we now enter Sector 3 here for the penultimate time. There's too many wheels offline there for ATCUAE as he now drops back from Danny Shields. As now we go back into one of the fastest parts of the track here through the left-hander. I don't think either of them are going to lift. No, they don't. Although it looks like actually Danny Shields did lift there going through the corner. ATCUAE was flat out though. He's going to try and make a move on the inside going down to the right-hander. No, he's not. He's going to try the left-hander. Can he get the cut back? Not quite. Does ATCUAE. Let's see what they do through turn 1. As Danny Shields continues to lead across the line. The final lap now underway. We've completed the penultimate lap. As down through corner 1 we go. Now let's go on board again with ATCUAE, because this is where he was all over the back of Danny Shields, and it looks like about a car length separate the two of them. Down towards Eau Rouge we go here. Who's it going to be on the top of the hill? A slight nudge there for Danny Shields. Both of them offline there, but both doing a good job there to keep the cars on track. And Danny Shields makes that BMW as wide as possible. But around the outside now goes ATCUAE, and it looks like a slight nudge there. Sends Danny Shields off to the right hand. It's almost reminiscent of the F1 race at Imola here between Bottas and Russell. It leads these two keeping it nice and clean. ATCUAE there late, earlier on the brakes compared to Danny Shields, as Danny was late on the brakes. And let's go back to the cinematic view here and see when these two will essentially swap positions. But it looks like Danny Shields is really locking down 2nd position here, and it looks like he will stay in 2nd as well, unless ATCUAE can find a way through Sector 3, but he's yet to do so. That BMW M6 of Danny Shields is rather wide. It's more like a BMW M12, 2 M6s side by side, as we're down now into the 2nd sector for the final time here at Spa-Francorchamps. Andre flashed the lights to try and force a mistake out of Danny Shields, but I think that's a very cool head on the top of Danny Shields there. He's going to know every trick in the book as well. Andre, he might be faster, but so far Danny Shields has been the faster of the two so far, and he's been able to impede you throughout the first 6 laps of this 6-lap race, as we're now entering Sector 3. Now this is where ATCUAE does pick up some speed, especially going through the very fast left-hander. We've seen Danny sort of let off the gas as Romano Labori is through the final corner and looks to be a race winner in heat number 3. Is ATCUAE found a way through? He hasn't going through. Or can he do it at the line? Doesn't look like he can. As they bump and barge into one another. I know, so close there it was. But Danny Shields takes second place. ATCUAE is third. Seb Murray is fourth at the line. Shanarak is fifth, with Gaijin 71 across the line in sixth position. Iyad Zab will come across the line in seventh position as he works his way through the left-hander. And he takes seventh position from Salam Al-Ketbi, who will take eighth place. And that wraps up our third and final heat race. As my cat decides that she wants to now be part of the mixer as well. So apologies there if the microphone briefly muted or if the volumes are going all over the place. I currently have a cat standing on the mixer. Yes, cat, thank you so much for participating in the commentary. Do you have anything to say yourself? No, you don't? Good. Now leave before you mute the audio. So that wraps up heat race number 3. Let's go now to our first of our semi-finals. So we've found out now who our top 8 from each of the heat races are. We'll now put them into 2 semi-finals. And from this semi-final, we will pick 6 more drivers, or our top 6 from semi-final 1 will go into our final, and our top 6 from semi-final 2 will also go into our final. As we said, we won't take a break here, we won't cut the stream, we'll keep the stream going. As mentioned, we are on track with time, which is always great news to hear. As it looks like, unfortunately, Dina had a problem again. Technical issues, unfortunately, for Dina. Hopefully we'll see her back out. So semi-final 1 is going to take place at 5:40. That's quite a ways away. That's almost 16 minutes before that race starts. So it gives us some time to talk and possibly reminisce about previous races. But it looks like, well, we've got 8 drivers in here so far. I think the 4 drivers we'll probably be missing will be the ones that were in the previous session. Ishmael, yeah, I will send my regards to my cat now that's decided to sit on the computer instead. So now I can't even read what I'm supposed to read off the computer in terms of the semi-finals and the rules and regulations. So thank you, Kat, for that. It's the joys of working from home, is that you have your pets interfering with commentary. Can't imagine this ever happening live during a Formula 1 race. And it looks like Danny Shields and the Corey family talking about that final there, and see Danny Shields there apologising for his mishap. At the end of the race there, that's what I can presume. But it seems to be all good. Bye-bye, Alan. See you, I presume we'll see you again in the second of the semi-finals, because of course that is where ATCUAE will be racing. And as we get set to start our first semi-finals, of course we'll have 12 drivers in the semi-final. We will have 12 drivers in each of the semi-final, and we'll only take the top 6 from each of the semi-finals and place them into a final. And of course, from there, we will decide who gets points and who potentially will be our championship leader. ATCUAE is our championship leader, and I'm not sure if we have ATCUAE in this session. Let's have a look. Now, we can do that to see who it is. No, we do not. Oh, yes, we do. We do have championship leader here, so I don't think we'll have Harry Hannam. Harry Hannam will be in semi-final 2, but we do have ATCUAE here in this race for his semi-final. And let's see if he can do 2 for 2. Can he win 2 races? Or better yet, sorry, he cannot win 2 for 2 because he didn't win his heat race. Harry Hannam won that heat race. ATCUAE looking for his first race victory. Here's one of our newcomers, OMYK16. who will be in his first semi-final in our championship. And I see there's a penalty to be applied. Interesting. So a 5-second penalty will be applied to Danny Shields for causing a collision, as per Article 12.1. Now, I don't know if that's for the end of it. I can presume it was, because that was the only part of the race that we actually saw both himself and Andre come together. Now, this of course puts this will put Andre Corey into second position, but more importantly, where does it drop Danny back down to? Now, this of course changes how the semi-finals work now, because of course now we won't have who we thought we'd have from heat race 3 in our semi-finals 1 and 2. It'll be a slightly different variation, so we could actually see now Andre Corey in this session. I saw Danny Shields join this session, so no, we wouldn't. We'd have the race winner. We'd have Romano Labori in this session, if that's the case, if that's how this works. Would we have heat race Group 1 or Group 3? No, we wouldn't. What would Romano Labori would be? Yes, he would. He would be in this race. And we would have had Andre Corey, but we don't, because now he's been obviously promoted to second. He will go into the semi-final 2. Yes, he would. And that would give us... Oh, this is getting too confusing for me now. But we will have Dan the Man, and we should have Romano Labori in this session for semi-final race 1. So we are up to 9 drivers now in the EMSO Esports UAE National Championship. Of course, digital championship, because of course it's not just hot outside, but of course it's easy to do it digitally as well. 1, it's cheaper, that's for a start, and 2, well, it brings all walks of life into one big happy championship, because of course a PlayStation obviously is more accessible compared to a real-life racing car, and doing digitally is now slowly becoming a thing. And of course there are various championships that are held around the world, including games like such as Gran Turismo, which we're using here. And now one of the burning questions that we got before the championship starts is why we're not using a PC. Now, of course, PC is obviously superior when it comes to graphics, when it comes to physics engines and all sorts of things, and of course racing rigs and whatever. But the thing is that the PlayStation, of course, is recognised by the FIA, and Gran Turismo is also recognised by the FIA, and they hold numerous championships around the world all year long as well. Even drivers that we have in this championship are racing in said FIA championships, including the likes of Andre Corey and others as well. Now, the other thing, of course, to mention about PlayStation is that, of course, as we said before, it's more easily accessible. You can borrow a PlayStation from a friend of yours. You can't borrow a PC, because that means you have to transport a PC, a monitor and everything like that. With a PlayStation, pretty much you just need a TV and that's it, and you just plug and play and off you go, and a copy of Gran Turismo and an online subscription as well, which is something I don't have, which I had to get literally on the day of the championship, because of course even to do a commentary and watch the races live as they happen online, you need to have a subscription to do it. And well, yeah, that's the story, and that's how it goes. So while we have a little bit of free time, why don't we have a look at what awesome prizes our top 3 will get, not at the end of this race, but at the end of next race, because of course we'll be crowning a champion next time out. A huge shout out to both the Dubai Autodrome and Dragon Racing, who are supplying amazing prizes to our top 3 in the championship, who of course will be finalised at the end of the season, which is in our shortened season this year, which is just consisting of 3 rounds, because of course the 4th round is a very special round, which is strictly limited to Emirati drivers. So our top 3 from this championship will receive from the Dubai Autodrome a on-track experience in the BMW M2, which is a fantastic experience nonetheless, and even if you don't win this, I urge you to go and try it. It's an experience like no other, and of course BMW also offer many other cars as well on track, including some of the bigger M cars, including the M3 and M4 if I'm not mistaken, and that includes the big grille as well. But the crown jewel, the prize that I think everyone has their eyes firmly set on, which is supplied by Dragon Racing, is a driving experience behind the wheel of a Mini Cooper JCW touring car. Now, this is an incredible experience to do. I haven't personally done it. I've heard and I've seen people do it. It looks absolutely phenomenal. And for the person who will be winning the championship and getting that, I'm extremely jealous, because the guys that from Dragon Racing, they of course set up amazing cars and they're always on point. And to give us the chance to give somebody in the championship the opportunity to drive that car is going to be a life-changing experience. It's going to be one of those memories that you're going to remember for the rest of your life. It's an amazing experience, and a huge shout out to both the Dubai Autodrome and Dragon Racing for providing us with the awesome prizes. The other thing to mention is, now I said that there's 3 rounds, and a 4th round that's limited to Emirati drivers only. So what we're doing this year is that 12 of the best Emirati drivers who are competing right now in the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship for 2021, as we said, the 12 best will compete in an extra round, which will take place on the 6th of August, one final time to compete for 2 tickets to the MENA Digital Cup. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this, of course, will give one of those 12 drivers, or better yet, 2 of those 12 drivers, the chance to enter and go against the likes of some of the best drivers in the MENA region, and of course represent the United Arab Emirates. There will be 12 drivers that will enter it, and only 2 will be eligible, or better yet, they won't be eligible. They will be the 2 drivers that will go on to represent the United Arab Emirates in the MENA Cup, and that is a fantastic thing. That, of course, takes place in over a month's time, because, of course, we have the 3rd and final race of the championship to take place in 2 weeks' time at the beginning of July, and then that race will take place a month later at the beginning of August. So we're still waiting, I have a feeling, we're waiting for 1 driver to enter the race. Yes, we are, because we've got 11 so far. So we're waiting for just 1 more driver to enter the race, and then we'll be good to go for our first of our qualifying. Of course, we're waiting for Mohammed Jilan to enter the race. I have a feeling he's in the lobby. I don't know if he's in the... he's not in the race by the looks of it. Let's go down to there. Oh, yes, he is. So he's on track now. So it looks like we can get underway, and the good news is that we are ahead of schedule, which is always great news. As with the heat races, we will do 7 minutes of qualifying, and then we'll do well, it doesn't say how many laps we'll have. I presume we'll have 8 laps, unless my eyes are broken. As I said, I still do have a cat sitting on the computer, so unfortunately the warmth of the computer has made us stay, so blocking something. Let's check another device. It doesn't say that we have a different number of laps. I think it's 8 laps, because that's what we did last time. We had 2 extra laps compared to the previous heat races. So it looks like we should get underway for our first of the semi-finals. And of course, as we said before, how this works is we will select, well, we won't select, will we? The drivers will select it themselves, because they'll be the ones that come across the finish line. The top 6 from semi-final 1 will go into the final, and the top 6 from semi-final number 2 will also go into the final for the final showdown of 12 drivers. In the final, 10 drivers will take away points, 2 unfortunately will not. Now, I don't have the point standings in front of me, but what I can tell you is championship leader, this man right here, ATCUAE, is the man to beat. So the session will start in 30 seconds, which means we are roughly 4 minutes ahead of schedule, at least by my timekeeping. I'm looking at all my clocks here. They all say 4 minutes ahead of schedule, which is absolutely fantastic news, which means we get more action faster here at the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. So 12 drivers will take to the track now for a 7-minute qualifying session to set the field up. I can tell you there's been no change to the starting procedure, so unfortunately we will still be continuing on with the rolling start, as we are now starting the final, not final, this is the semi-final. This is the countdown to start the semi-final qualifier, at least semi-final number 1. Here we go for 7 minutes of racing. I think the time to beat so far is 2:15.5, possibly even lower actually. I think it might be 2:15.4 that was set by Harry Hannam, and that's been the fastest time we've seen so far. Let's see what the other drivers can do on track, as for some reason my camera has decided to zoom in on one of the right-handed corners and not following any of the drivers. That's because most of them are in the pit lane and are now currently leaving it. So we are now on our first outlap here, and it's going to be a tough choice to say who will be on the top step of the podium, because we have 12 very talented digital racers here, and like I said, it's going to be very tough to figure out who it will be. Now, I've just seen that Dan the Man left the session. Do we have all drivers? No, we do not, and that's why the camera broke. We have only 9 drivers out of 12. This is heartbreaking. This could be heartbreaking for all. So one driver's been disconnected. Savafi Khan, unfortunately, has been disconnected. Mohammed Jalal has been disconnected. Danny Shields has been disconnected as well. This is going to be quite interesting. Now, from what I understand from the rules, that we do not restart a session if there is disconnected. Now, we'll wait for an official to confirm that, but I have a feeling, unfortunately, we will not restart the session. But let's wait and see. Is Ramal Labori out on track with the rest of the field? Let's go to the lead car, but there is no lead car because, of course, no one set a lap time. Waiting to see what's going to happen here. As we said, unfortunately, we've had some drivers disconnect. I've just noticed as well, we are missing our Heat Race 1 winner. Zuhair is missing as well. He was one of the unfortunate drivers who have disconnected. Again, this is down to the stewards to decide what will happen, as we've now put in our first laps of the race. There is Mohammed Zubair, who currently leads the livery championship. There's a second championship that will run on the side. Well, let's see. As we said, there's drivers now that are struggling to get into the room. As we said, this was an unfortunate incident last season where we had disconnections. As unfortunately, it's something that we can't really, do. So let's, as we said, okay, so Dominic has responded, and it looks like we will restart the session. So that's a change possibly from last year. Now, it could be possibly due to the sheer amount of disconnections that we had. So we'll restart the session, which means we'll have a short delay on time. That is semi-final number 2. So we're not joining that lobby. We're joining the next lobby. So we're waiting for the lobby to be restarted. As we sit and we'll wait for this timing thing here. So we'll here, of course, you can see this is semi-final number 2. We're still waiting for the lobby to open up for semi-final number 1. Now, of course, as we said, this puts it as a slight time delay, but nonetheless, we will hopefully make up time. Let's see about that. So this is not the session that we want to join. We're waiting for the PlayStation to tell us when the new lobby is open. It won't be the same ID, that's for sure, for the lobby. It will be a different lobby ID number. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so the officials have confirmed that the lobby will be set up differently, so we're just awaiting that to happen. So unfortunately, that's something that can happen when we do digital racing. Of course, disconnections are still a thing, and they can come at the strangest times. Last season we had a few drivers unfortunately disconnect a number of times before the race, even after the race actually officially started, we had a number of disconnections, although they weren't as significant as I think we lost 4 drivers during this. Yes, Ismail, it is. Ismail, it is technically like a red flag. You're right, because we've halted the entire session. We're now restarting, and we're getting ready to go again. So here we go. Hopefully all the drivers will be in here, and hopefully, fingers crossed, no one will disconnect, and we'll be good to go racing as we ourselves wait for the lobby to reload. I know this is not entertaining pictures. You've probably seen this menu a dozen times or so. Let's head straight onto the track and see who we've got. So we should have all 12 drivers, fingers crossed, and hopefully all 12 drivers will be into the session. So do we have 11? No, we don't. We have 9, 10. We don't have 11 and 12, so we're still missing at least 2 drivers to enter the race. And while we wait, I'm just going to take a short break. So after a brief break, I think we're still waiting for some drivers to enter the race. If we can have a look at who is in the track. So we have 9 drivers so far. Do we have 10? We have 11, so that's good news. Do we have 12? No, we're still waiting for 1 driver. I wonder who that would be. As we said, this is the unfortunate thing when we race online. The digital disconnections. Digital disconnection, it's just a disconnection, isn't it? It says that the session is now full, unfortunately. So this is interesting for one of our drivers. And it seems to be the driver that's having a problem during the session is Zuhair, who of course was our winner from our first heat race. So let's see how this pans out, and if the driver can make it into the session. As we patiently wait for the start of our semi-final. Apologies for the doorbell ringing. I'll go answer it while we have a break. So we're back, and it does look like we're still having an issue with one of the drivers. I think it is Zoo 2530, so that's why we can't see him. We can't see him on track at the moment, so that's why we're just looking at Romaldo Labori for the time being. The stewards have decided that the race will start at 5:50, so I can tell you that Zahir has restarted the game. Hopefully we'll see him back. Hopefully we'll see him race, but unfortunately at the moment it doesn't look like that will happen. Unfortunately, as I said, disconnections are an unsolvable issue. I know that we can say LAN connections work, but then also they're very unpredictable. Unfortunately, I think we may have to start without our Heat Race 1 winner, by the looks of it. I think we may have to start the session without race one, Heat Race 1 winner. We have 11 drivers. Did he join? Did he manage to make it in the session? Is the question. So I was told we would start the race. He said he's joined and left pretty much immediately. I have a feeling he may have connection issues, which of course will further delay our session here. Unfortunate for Zahir, we have to start the qualifying, so unfortunately we won't see our Heat Race 1 winner, which is really unfortunate because of course he would have put on a great show, but unfortunately the show must go on. So we'll kick things off now with semi-final number 1 with 11 drivers instead of 12, and it includes championship leader ATCUAE, includes Mohamed Jilan, Danny Shields, Vafi Khan, and many other drivers as well. It's unfortunate for Zahir. He will not be in the session here today for the semi-final. What could have been, have to wait for round number 3. But here we go for, as we said, for semi-final number 1. We'll have another 7-minute qualifying session, and then we will go ahead and go into a multi-lap race, which I can presume will be 8 laps, because it doesn't say how many laps we have again on the sheet. But if I remember correctly from last time, we went 2 extra laps than we did in the heat races. We did 6 there, so we'll bring it to 8. So we will do 8 laps here, and then for the grand final, we'll do 10 laps of racing later on today, once we've found out who our top 6 from this semi-final is and our top 6 from the next semi-final is. And then we'll have our 12 drivers for the final of round 2 of the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. As drama unfolding already. Now, we had a few drivers before previously in the heat races have connection issues or setup issues and technical issues in various aspects, and it's always unfortunate to see, but as we said, the show must go on. We still do have time. We don't have a lot of time, obviously, to keep going. It's a Friday after all. For those of you who are planning to go out anywhere, I wouldn't recommend it. It looks a bit, I say, dusty outside at the moment. You can barely see the road outside, just about see the cars that are outside. But at least in Gran Turismo here, for our first of the semi-finals, the air is clear. There's no fog in sight. It's a picturesque weekend here at Spa-Francorchamps. Well, we couldn't go there, but we can certainly bring it here. That's what we've done in Gran Turismo. As here is ATCUAE, a championship leader, and into his second semi-final in the championship. Looking for his second final as well. Of course, he was our winner last time out. Let's see what lap time he can put in, because of course the fastest lap time we've had so far in qualifying has been a 2:15. The fastest we've seen so far is a 2:15.3 of all the drivers so far. So by Harry Hannum in heat race number 2. So we are now looking for our first flying lap here in the semi-final 1 qualifying session. Here is championship leader ATCUAE looking to put his car on pole position, because of course the hot topic here so far throughout the races we've had in heat races 1 through 3 have been the starting procedures with the rolling start, and how it's been a disadvantage for those that have started in 3rd position or lower. Of course, 1st and 2nd are already close enough to the line and onto the straightaway where they have enough speed, but it's exiting that left-hander where P3 has an issue, and then of course the rest of the field still have to make it through that right-left where we're going through now during the rolling start, which really impedes them. As ATCUAE is across the line, what to do here at 2:14 it looks like. Better yet, no, it's going to be a 2:15.6 for ATCUAE, and he is the fastest man out there. Apologies for that, as the rest of the field now start working their way across the line as Danny Shields put a time in. He's been a 2:16.366. It's good enough for second so far. Mohammed Zubair has done a 2:16.863, but Romaldo Labori goes quickest of all with a 2:15.279 for the Sri Lankan driver. Mohammed Jalan also sneaks his way into the top 3. I think briefly he was second with his 2:15.734. Nestled in behind ATCUAE, but now dropped down to 3rd position. I think it's very important that you get either 1st or 2nd here at Spa-Francorchamps in round 2 of the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. We'll keep a close eye now on Romaldo Labori, who seems to have spun going through. Where is he on track now? That is... Where has he gone off? Oh, he's gone off at the just after sector 2 as he winds his way downhill. Interesting. Now, this is certainly going to impede him, because I don't think he'll have enough time to put another lap. No, he won't. If he gets dethroned now, he hasn't got a chance to go for another lap. Interesting. I wonder what happened to the man that's in provisional pole position for the time being. But this certainly might not go his way here. As we said, it's all important to be on pole position, or at least in 2nd. Like I say, get another lap in. I think he will. Does he go fastest? No, he doesn't. It's a 2:16.037. He was 0.4 of a second slower on that lap, but the good news is that he's got enough time for another lap now. I think he'll be one of the only drivers to get another lap in, actually. So this is a last chance for ATCUAE, kind of what we saw Andre Corey do in heat race number 3. And let's see what he can do. And let's see if he can improve his lap time. Well, more drivers are coming across the line, but however, no improvement so far. Romaldo Labori doing a 2:15.279. Now, he can't have done that with that off-track excursion. That must have been, yeah, it was, of course, that's from that's from the previous lap. As we said, we'll keep a close eye now on ATCUAE and see how this pans out. Now the screen, it has said the session is finished. However, we still got 150 on the clock, which is more than enough time for ATCUAE here to do one better. Although it's 0.3 of a second behind us. Again, I wish it would give us split times between ATCUAE and Romaldo. Yeah, true that, Henri, because of course in this championship we do have tyre wear turned on, and you can just see that at the bottom left-hand side of your screen. You can see the tyre degradation. You can see it's only slightly off, but of course that slightly off there will cause a slowdown, and it will give him the wheels that he needs. And unfortunately, he's gone 1/10 of a second slower through Sector 2, so I don't think he'll be besting Romano Labori. So I think Labori's pole position is safe for now, as he works his way out of Sector 2 and through now into Sector 3 for the final time. The countdown clock is on the right-hand side of the screen, Stephen. You can see time remaining. And of course, the only driver that has any time remaining is this man right here, while the rest of the field are pretty much neutralised. And let's see, he goes to the left-hander. He's a 1/10 of a second slower through Sector 2. I don't think he can do it. He's across the line. No, he can't. 2:15.885. Good recovery through that third sector, but not enough to start in pole position. However, he is in one of those all-important positions. He's in second place here, so he is at an advantage going through the starting procedure. There on the left-hand side of your screen is Romano Labori, defending champion from the current championship leader on the right-hand side of ATCUAE. In third is Mohamed Jalan from Danny Shields. And then we have Zolo Vita with Mohamed Zubair in 6th. Vafi Khan is 7th with Auto Commune in 8th. And then the rest of the field, unfortunately, just out of view from what I can see. So let's see. Let's get the starting position. Actually, let's go on board with third position and just see what the start is like here. Here is Mohamed Jalan. He counts down to 3, 2, 1, and he's going left as the lights go out. And you can see the disadvantage there. He's going left, and he's not able to put the power down, where both race leader, pole sitter and the man that sits in second position, you saw the jump they both got there as they work their way through the right-hander for Mohamed Jalan. Let's go back now with our race leader to see how he works his way through and up the hill for the first time. He makes the quick descent up to down to the bottom of the Rouge, and up he goes into the left-hander. Using a bit too much of the track there. Now he's got to be careful. Doesn't want to pick up a penalty early on in the race, especially when you've got ATCUAE behind you. It could be quite costly, but you can see already, as we've shown you, the gap building between second and third. Look, there's third, there's Mohamed Jalan, and look how much time he's lost already to ATCUAE after not even just a few corners, which lost it at right from the get-go. As down towards and into the first sector first time. Now we've gone into Sector 2. As Danny Shields runs a bit wide there. After entering Sector 2 for the first time here. Indeed, we did increase the laps by 2, so we have 8 laps of racing. So there's Mohamed Jalan, who's trying to channel his inner Lewis Hamilton, and I see that Danny Shields has been penalised. I presume that will be for him going off track a little bit too much, although he was not really cutting any corners. He just sort of drifted out too wide, a little bit too late on the brakes through the corner. That's cost him at least 0.4 of a second. Good news for Mohamed Jalan and good news for Zolo Vita, but unfortunately Vita's not close enough though to make a move anytime soon. Let's go back with race leader Romano Labori as he stretches his lead out from ATCUAE, and there is Mohamed Jalan, almost a good, not quite a corner behind, but certainly quite a ways back, and Romano Labori clean air in front of him, just has to worry about ATCUAE. They race their way now through one of the fastest corners of the track here. Flat out is the ideal scenario. Just don't want to go too wide, because of course you put too many wheels off track, you will lose a lot of grip. And unfortunately, that's not what you want to do. We saw we were riding on board with ATCUAE through heat race number 3. You saw how Danny Shields was lifting off through that corner. As through turn 1 we go for the second time here. Let's quickly go through the field and see if we've got any battles brewing. We do have a battle brewing here for 5th position between Zolovita and Mohamed Zubair. As there the two drivers are, working their way downhill and then they'll work their way uphill. This is where Mohamed Zubair can grab the toe and sort of try and latch onto the back of Zolovita, who's a little bit squirrely through Rouge there. Almost lost some time. It looks like, who's that in front of them? Is that Mohamed Jalan? No, it's not. It's Danny Shields again. He's picked up yet another penalty. I think he's put too many wheels off going through Rouge. He's dropped that down to 9th of a second, but he needs to shake that a little bit more. Here's Mohamed Zubair, who's trying to reel in Zolovita in front of him. Now, he is in that all-important 6th position for the time being, but of course, him being one place further than Zolovita, so if he gets that 5th position, he can certainly guarantee himself a spot in our final here for round number 2. As of course, if all goes his way, like a little doge there on the side of the car as well. Very relatable is Mohamed Zubair's car. What else he's got on that car? So he's got something on his number plate as well. Now, unfortunately, we can't take a good look at his car. There's no static camera, though we can see the front of his bumper, or his hood even. And there you can see Zolovita just in front of him at the moment. Losing a little bit of ground to Zolovita as he enters Sector 3 now for the second time. A little bit wide there in the left-hander. Loses a bit of ground to Zolovita just in front of him. You can see Danny Shields as well escaping up the road. And now here's, we said that the fastest corner is. Let's see if he lifts off. It does sound like he lifts off ever so slightly going through that left-hander, which is probably the most ideal scenario as he really closes in on Zolovita there, going through into the right-hander. A slight nudge to Zolo there. Looks like Zolo was very early on the brakes there, with Mohamed Zubair braking as late as he dares. And let's see if we can get him on the inside going down towards turn 1. Not quite close enough to make a move. A much tighter line there for Mohamed Zubair. Zolovita, a slightly better exit, is allowing him now to escape up the road, although it looks like Zubair is slowly reeling him in. Can he latch onto the back of him as we work our way up the hill? For a 3rd time he is. Looks like he's grabbed the toe. He's going to look on the outside, on the left-hand side. Here he goes to the move on the inside, on the outside line here. That is not the preferred line, but can he make the move stick? Let's go with not Danny Shields. We wanted the other driver, we wanted Zolovita. There it is. That's the battle for 5th position, which is now changed. So Mohamed Zubair has gone into 5th place, with Zolovita being in 6th position. That's a good move there from Mohamed Zubair. Just a slight nudge there through the corner. They made it through cleanly as well, so that's good. It's a good clean manoeuvre there for the two of them. And now it's up for Mohamed Zubair to try and catch Danny Shields. Let's go back to the cinematic camera view here and see what the battle is like from afar. There's Zolovita, not close enough to make a move this time round. Does have a quick look to the inside, but can't find a way through. He's going to have to wait and try somewhere else. Can he do the same thing that Zubair did to him? And it looks like I've just spotted that ATCUAE gets a penalty. Indeed he does. So it looks like ATCUAE may have run a bit too wide, going through Rouge there. Not wide even, but he's cut too much of the track. And now that's given him a slight penalty. I say slight, it's 1.2 seconds, and he's only 1.6 seconds, is that? Or actually, that looks like less than 1.6 seconds. Is it 1.6? Yes, it is 1.6 seconds behind, or better yet, in front of Mohamed Jalan. So technically, he's only 0.4 of a second ahead for the time being. This is good news for Mohamed Jalan, looking for a second position here. As ATCUAE drops that time down now to 1.1 seconds. Let's go further back through the field. Let's go down to 9th, 8th position even, with Auto Camino. Just spotted that someone else behind him. That's Chanok, who has a penalty looming over his head. How many seconds has he got? 1.6 seconds. Oh, that's quite a hefty penalty there. And we have a driver all the way at the back of the field. Now that's OMYK 16. This is his first time in the semi-finals. This is his first actually race weekend in this digital championship, and unfortunately looks like he's had a spin somewhere and he's lost a lot of ground. So unfortunately this may be the end of the road for OMYK 16, as he's shown as 20 seconds behind Ian Izab. Let's go back now with 6th position with Zolovita, who looks to be catching the back bumper, but he's got 0.5 of a second on his head, and here we go, same position where Mohamed Zubair did it to him. He wants to do the same thing back, but one where Zolovita picked up that penalty. He's dropped it down to 0.2 of a second, but he's got a penalty nonetheless, and he's still applying the pressure. He's late on the brakes there. That was a very bold manoeuvre there through the right-hander. Maybe even too late, he would have run wide. He's trying to shake that penalty. Let's ride on board with him, and let's see if he can catch the back of Ian Mohamed Zubair. So these two evenly matched through Sector 1 and Sector 1 at least. Let's see how they play through Sector 2 and Sector 3. Can they find a way? Can Zolovita find a way through? Very loose there through the right-hander. As I said, tyre degradation is a thing. And a huge tyre squeak there from Zolovita. A better exit from Mohamed Zubair. Gas early, and now extends his gap there, entering Sector 3 here for the 4th time. Halfway through this first semi-final, as we soldier on here with Romano Labori still leading and ATCUAE running in 2nd position with Mohamed Jalan in 3rd. Now it looks like Zolovita closes the gap in through the penultimate corners. Maybe that's a bit too costly there, being that late on the brakes. Let's see if he can close the gap up like he did on the previous lap. Let's stay on board with this lap when he comes across the line now. And into the right-hander. Looks like he's too far away to make a move on Mohamed Zubair. I don't think there's anywhere he could brake as late as he dares unless he tries to shortcut the hill complex here, but that's going to cost him obviously a lot because it'll net him a penalty. Getting quite loose there through, almost loses it through Rouge. I don't think he's close enough to make a move. Let's go with our race leader, Romano Labori, who now sits 3.3 seconds up the road from ATCUAE. Now I see that someone else behind him has a penalty. Is that Mohamed Jalan? No, it's not. It's ATCUAE who still has that penalty, but he's got 0.0, so he's managed to shake it. And unfortunately for Mohamed Jalan, he's not been able to catch the back of ATCUAE while he's had that penalty applied to him. And now that penalty is officially gone. Can continue on to catch Romano Labori, but 3.3 seconds is quite a deficit, although we've just elapsed the halfway point of our first semi-final here. Still plenty of time on the clock, but Romano Labori rarely puts a foot wrong, although we did see him in round 1 pick up a penalty or 2, but very, very uncommon for the Sri Lanka driver to pick up a penalty. And so far this weekend he has been faultless. Of course, champion from last year. Of course, you win a championship by being faultless like Romaldo was. He's yet to win an outright final here yet. We've only had one so far, like that went the way of ATCUAE. But I think Romano Labori is now coming in strong here. Of course, with 3 rounds, it's quite hard. You don't want to mess up a single round. Any points lost to anybody can be quite costly, especially if this were the final, Romano Labori versus ATCUAE. And I know that Romano Labori was not in the top 2 in our first final 2 weeks ago. As Romano Labori now on lap number 6. Let's go further through the field. Let's see what Danny Shields is up to. So he's lost his penalty and now being chased by Mohamed Zubair. So the gap between the two of them here is 1.5 seconds. So a similar gap between 2nd and 3rd is 3rd and 4th. 4th and 5th, excuse me. Of course, these two drivers currently in contention for that all-important position in our grand finale. So there's this man right here, Zolovita, in his BMW M6. Unfortunately, Vafi Khan, who is not that driver, this is Vafi Khan, in his chrome BMW M6, currently in 7th position and 6 seconds back from Zolovita. Unfortunately, may not be making it into our final. As you said, it's the top 6 that go through. It's the cut-off area. In 8th place is ATCUAE there. He's rather simply liveried BMW M6, but I see flashes of the Lebanese flag on his roof. That explains why we have the red and white mixed together. You can see the essence of the flag on his roof. As he had his arm under pressure at the moment from Chinook, and it looks like unfortunately Chinook has gone the wrong way. He was much further up the order, but now in 9th position at the moment, battling with Ian Izam in his BMW M6. As into the left-hander he goes. Not close enough to make a move on Ian Izam here. Of course, that penalty is not going to help him either, as a little bit too late on the brakes there for Ian Izam. A bit wide, and looks like Chinook there also trying to desperately find a way past. Has got all the way offline there. That's not where you want to be. That will certainly put him at a deficit. Here is OMYK16, and unfortunately this is certainly going to be a race to forget. First time out in the championship. Great to see him in the semi-finals in his first run in the championship, but unfortunately dramas earlier on has put him right at the back of the field, and he's going to have to settle for 11th position unless the two in front of him squabble and clatter into one another. The back with race leader, who's picked up a penalty. Now that's very interesting. Now he's just come through Eau Rouge, and that's certainly been a hot spot for penalties. I can only assume that's where he's got it from. And well, we said before, it's very uncharacteristic for Romano Labori to pick up a penalty, and it seems to be, as soon as we said that, he picked up a penalty, which is good news for ATCUAE. However, he's still 3.5 seconds behind, but he still does have that penalty above him, so ATCUAE needs to put the power down and see if he can catch the back bumper of Romano Labori, as Mohamed Jalan still runs in 3rd position. 2.2 seconds, sorry, behind ATCUAE, but 5.3 seconds up the road from Danny Shields, who has picked up yet another penalty but has managed to dissipate the time balance. Mohamed Zubair, who's in hot pursuit of Danny Shields, has not been able to gain any ground, but the good news is that he's starting to drop Zola Vita now. He's put 2.7 seconds between himself and Zola Vita. As we're currently on the penultimate lap, let's go back with Romano Labori, as he's working his way through Sector 3 now for the penultimate time, with that 5/10 of a second penalty on his head, as he's now into the right-hander. And into the bus stop he goes for the penultimate time. Hops over the curbs, through the left-hander, nice and clean through there. Across the line to start the final lap of the race. They are doing, in these semi-finals, they'll do 8 laps, Hazem, and then in the finals they'll do 10. So we're on lap 8 at the moment. We're on the final lap of the race. Romano Labori works his way downhill for the final time here and through Eau Rouge. And like I said, this is probably the only place I could imagine that he would have picked up that penalty. He may have learned from it, although still with a 4/10 of a second deficit on his head. He's going to have to shake that before the end of the race. Although ATCUAE is not close enough to benefit from the win. Bring him slightly closer. Probably not close enough, as Romano Labori continues on in the lead. There is ATCUAE running in 2nd position, with Mohamed Jalan in 3rd. A clean race for Mohamed Jalan. Was close enough and in the thick of things not too long ago, but now all by his lonesome. Danny Shields has shaken his penalty, running in 4th position as he makes his way through the right-hander. We'll go now to Mohamed Zubair, who is currently winning the livery contest, having spent over 4 hours on that livery as well. It's turned out absolutely phenomenal. With Dogecoin, we've got some comic on the side as well. It looks like, I'm pretty sure it says power, It certainly does. I was going to say it says power, but why would it say that? It should say power, which it does. And then in 6th position, we have Zolo Vita, who'll be our 6th driver overall in this race, and our 6th entrant into our final, as he's into the right-hander. As Romano Labori brings his penalty down to 1/10 of a second. I would say it's been a faultless race so far, but he certainly has picked up a penalty at some point, and he's just shaking it off. And ATCUAE has a penalty as well of 1/10 of a second. But across the line now comes Romano Labori for his first win here this weekend, beating out championship leader ATCUAE for the win. Then it will be Mohamed Jalan in 3rd, followed by Danny Shields in 4th, with Mohamed Zubair in 5th, and our 6th entrant into the final, Zolo Vita. Unfortunately for Vafi Khan, we will not see him again today, as he comes across the line now. Across the line in 7th position, Auto Commune in 8th. But for this man right here, another victory for Mohamed Jalan. And I just saw that ATCUAE got a 1-second penalty applied at the end of the race. Not sure what that was for, but he did pick up a penalty, which is rather unfortunate. And now we leave this lobby and we'll join the next one. No, we don't want to view that profile. We want to leave the lobby, don't we? We want to click exit down there. I think I'm scrolling through this too fast. There we go. We exit this lobby and then we'll immediately join the next lobby, where we'll have our next 12 semi-finalists who'll be vying for that all-important top 6, of where those drivers will be thrown into a 10-lap shootout for the overall victory and all the points. Plus, they'll be going against the 6 finalists from this, or semi-finalists from this semi-final. So I think we're about to get underway now. Apologies for the delay we did, because of course we had a slight delay with the previous session. So we will have a delay for this session as well, for our 8-lap race. And of course we'll have 7 minutes of qualifying, 8 laps of racing, and then the top 6 will go into our final. But the good news is, I think, because the drivers had a lot of time to enter the fray, I don't want to change car, I want to spectate the race, don't I? They will be all on track. I have a feeling they all are, because I just saw 11th. There's 12th, so yes, indeed, we have all 12 drivers. So we might be able to get this race underway essentially as soon as possible, which is great news. So we'll start in approximately 60 seconds or 1 minute. So we're only slightly behind schedule. Or are we? Let's see when we were scheduled to start. I think we were scheduled to start at 6:20. As our final is supposed to be at 7, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's supposed to start at 6:15, so we're 5 minutes behind schedule at the moment. And actually we're going to start right away, so even better. We're only 7 minutes behind schedule. Not too bad. We can make up that time, certainly. So we have 12 more drivers here in semi-final number 2. We've had semi-final number 1. If you've skipped to this point, you might want to go back a little bit to see who was in that heat race and what happened. Here we are, though, for our second semi-final qualifying. Again, 7 minutes of qualifying, going into a 8-lap race. And again, this one is going to be very, very difficult to predict who will be in pole position, because we've got a very strong lineup of drivers in this not heat race, but semi-final. We've got Harry Hannum, who won the heat race earlier on today. We have Seb Murray in his yellow BMW M6. We've got Yassi Gaz, who was the fastest man out there in his heat race. We have ATCUAE, we have Robdan Racing, that's Salah Markepi behind the wheel. We have James Swindells, we have Charlie Hayek, Sunic Gonzalez, who it seems like we haven't seen him for an eternity, who's in heat race number 1. It literally seems like we haven't seen some of these guys since like yesterday or something, but we've only done races today. We have Ovich 09 in his Moroccan-inspired BMW M6. We have Gaijin 71, we have Silver 1234, and then we have Jack Carlos as well in his purple and yellow liveried BMW M6. This is certainly going to be a very interesting semi-final, and as I said, it's going to be very difficult to predict who's going to be on pole because there are some very rapid drivers in this semi-final too here. The unfortunate thing is that we can only take 6 drivers from this, so our top 6 at the end of the 8-lap race will go through to our final. And again, it's going to be very difficult to predict a winner. However, due to the starting procedure, it might be easier than that. So let's see how this pans out, actually who will be on pole position. Harry Hannam is probably the right choice, but let's have a look and see who it will be on the top step of the not top step of the podium, but on pole position, as Harry Hannam completes his first out lap and is now on his first flying lap with 4.5 minutes to go. So he should have enough time for at least 2 laps here at Spa-Francorchamps. If he does 2:15s, he has exactly 2 laps that he can set. If he does a 2:18, unfortunately he will. No, he still actually will get enough time to do 2 laps. So let's see how this pans out. I see there's some drivers that have dropped to the back of the field. Jack Carlos is at the back. He's waiting for clean air, and as is Silver 1234. But I think he just got caught up because Jack Carlos stopped in that left-hander. It looks like Silver 1234 will do the same thing. He's going to try and get the cleanest air possible here, or is he just stopping on the side of the track? Has Jack Carlos got ahead? No, there we go. So yes, these two are leaving it till the last minute, and this is a very risky move because yes, you could do it in 1 lap, but if you even set 1 wheel off track and onto the grass or onto the marbles on the rumble strips, it can cost you a lot of time. I know it doesn't sound like a lot of time, we're talking about seconds here or milliseconds, but that can cost you pole position from what we've seen so far. But let's see how this plays out. As you said, there's always interesting strategies that play out during these qualifying sessions from all walks of life. It looks like someone's picked up a penalty, about 0.4 of a second, so he's not on his best lap so far unless he really slows down. That's Seb Murray, isn't it, in second. But here's Harry Hannam. I think this is the one that we have to keep an eye on here. I think this is the man that's going to be in pole position. And let's see what he can do on his first lap. It's a 2:15.4, I think he set in his heat race, and that was the fastest lap of anyone so far. Let's see if he can do it again. Let's see if he can dip into the 2:14s. So I think we did see someone do a 2:14 during earlier practice sessions earlier today. So Harry Hannam now comes across the line. Does he do a 2:14? Oh, he's very close to the 2:15.68 across the line. What can Seb Murray do? Oh, we've got ATCUAE who does a 2:16.958, and he's beaten by James Swindells across the line, who does a 2:16.5. Yassib Gaz does a 2:17.048. Seb Murray does a 2:17. Oh, and Sunic Gonzalez goes 3rd fastest with a 2:16.631. Does the Indian driver. He's being held up now by the Moroccan driver in his BMW M6. So the top 3 there shuffled positions quite rapidly as well. Here's Harry Hannam again. He's the fastest man there, a 2:15.682, or 6:62, I think, for Harry Hannam. So it's not his fastest so far. He's about 0.2 of a second slower than his fastest so far. Let's see what he can do. He's got 1:30 to go. He might have enough time actually to do a 3rd lap. That'll be good for Harry. Still 1, 2, 3, 4 comes across the line, does 2:18. That puts him in 7th position at the line. But Harry Hannam looking for that all-important pole position, and James Swindell an equally important 2nd position. Because as we saw in the previous semi-final, is quite difficult for those that start in third onwards. You saw how slow it was for Mohamed Jalal in third. If you've been watching the stream throughout, we were on board with him during the starting procedure, and it did squander him, and it looks like a best here for Harry Hannum through sector 2. What can he do? He's run wide. Oh, and he's picked up a penalty. That's disastrous for Harry Hannum. He was 0.2 of a second faster. That would have given him a 2:15.4. And this is going to drop him back. I think he pushed just a little bit too hard there, did Harry Hannum. But he still has the time to beat, which is great news for him so far. But what can James Swindells do? Does Harry Hannum have enough time to do another lap? Yes, he does. Just about. It looks like a few other drivers will have enough time as well to do another lap. Indeed they will. That's 3 drivers that will get enough time. That's Andre Khoury is one of them. Yassi Gaz is another. I think Seb Racing 91 was also a driver that got an additional lap in, which is great news for them. It's Sigon 16. Sunic Gonzalez goes second fastest. Yassi Gaz is third fastest now as James Swindells drops down to 4th. Oh, Harry Hannum's picked up yet another penalty, and I think that's over. He will not be improving his lap time this time round. However, he's still on pole, which is what he needs. But unfortunately for Harry Hannum, I think he's pushing a little bit too hard here. As he's picked up another penalty. Now the good news is that he didn't pick up either of these penalties on his fastest lap. So if his lap times were to be deleted, it wouldn't be too much of a problem, because he would have lost a 2:16 and most likely another 2:16 as well. So it won't be a problem for Harry Hannum. Harry works his way now through into sector 3 for the final time here in practice, qualifying, not practice. We already had a brief practice session. Pretty sure the drivers had enough practice as well, waiting for the race to start. As we continue on here, and as we said, I don't think Harry Hannum will be improving on his 2:15, and if he does, he'll have 0.8 of a second applied to that, so it won't be a 2:15 for long. Flat out through the corner there, but we have a few other drivers that are on a final lap here. As Harry breaks through the left hand, and there you go, there's no 2:15 here. It'll be a 2:16. 2:16.742. So 30 seconds remaining in the session. As I said, Seb Murray, can he improve? No, he doesn't. He doesn't make his way into the top 8. Oh, he's in 6th position, sorry. Andre also doesn't improve either. He's 5th at the line. As there was a brief shot of who is starting where. And now we'll go into the final semi-final race here. Semi-final number 2 about to get underway here at the Spa-Francorchamps track in our second round of the championship, the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. And surprisingly long load here for the lobby. Now, hopefully all is well, but it gives us a chance. Oh, it's disconnected me. Oh, it's disconnected everybody. Oh, and that's disastrous. We lost everything. Now, I don't know what this means for the... Ooh, this is very interesting now. So, I don't know what this means now for the race, the semi-final race, because obviously we have to reset the field again. Now, we're already behind schedule, which means we'll have to reset the field, because I don't think you can select where people start. Yeah, we all got disconnected, including myself, and the room is no longer here. So that was very unfortunate that we all got disconnected. And it looks like the entire everyone. I'm very surprised that we all got disconnected. It's very unusual for an entire lobby to be disconnected. I understand like 3 drivers, but the entire lobby is gone, which is unusual, and I guess it's a first technically because we've not had that before. So yes, so unfortunately we will have to restart. I guess this will be up to the stewards' decision. And we'll have to wait and see what they say, because, well, like we said, this is going to be interesting. As someone said, I'm just as surprised as the rest of the field. This is baffling. I see some of the drivers are just saying, "Yeah, we're all finalists, so we'll have an 18 man shootout for the for our grand final." That would be great if we could have 18 drivers, but if we did, we wouldn't have enough space. I have a feeling what may have happened is I've now gone back to the wrong lobby. Apologies for that. So yeah, we're all winners, including me. I win as well. I want those 25 points as well in the championship. But unfortunately, that's not the way it goes. The timer did finish. Ghosts, we did have confirmation that we had everyone in their position for qualifying, including Harry Hannum. He's going to have to do it again now. And I think the other 11 drivers will also have to do it again. And the group chat is alight with who disconnected first to determine who won. I know I think I was one of the last to disconnect because we got stuck on the stream. I have a new follower. Thanks, I guess. Don't know who you are. Thanks for following my PlayStation account that I just never use. So I guess we can use this time to reflect on the championship so far. It's been quite interesting. Spa's been quite controversial, most of it because of the starting procedures. Which we're starting from a rolling start, which started at the final corner, the penultimate corner, which caused a lot of issues for drivers starting in third onwards, and we saw that when we rode alongside, or better yet, on the front of the bonnet of Mohammed Jalan, where we saw how slow he was exiting the left-hander and how much of a gap how much of a deficit already going down towards turn 1. Okay, so we will open up another lobby. We won't do qualifying again, but we will have we will set the race or the grid even by the lobby. Now, luckily enough, one of the very eagle-eyed stewards managed to snap a picture of the qualifying results as soon as it turned up on screen, and amazing enough, we will start the race where everyone should be. So there's good news for Harry Hannum because he's still on pole position. So Nick Gonzalez is still second, but for the rest of the field, unfortunately, they're starting in that left-hander and further down, which is going to be a severe issue. So let's see how this pans out. So we're waiting for the lobby to start up, and as we do, there we go. Here's semi-final number 2, and hopefully all goes well this time round. As I said, we've never had a disconnection of everybody at the same time. I know that it's either been 1 to 3 drivers. We've had drivers drop out halfway through to disconnections. I've personally had the streams drop last season as well, which has been a real issue. But hopefully it is sorted out, and hopefully we will not have any more disconnections. And let's see how this pans out. So, sorry for the delay, and sorry for what happened. Again, we can't really do much about disconnections. They do happen from time to time. We'll treat it as sort of like a red flag that happened, as it did the first time around in semi-final number 1. where unfortunately we... what happened in the semi-final of the one again? Oh yes, we lost 3 drivers when the qualification started, and then unfortunately one of the drivers didn't even make it into the session due to more technical issues, which unfortunately put our Heat 1 race winner out of the picture, as we're about to go now racing for the 5th time today. As we said, hopefully no more disconnections, because they do hinder us quite a bit, because we want to get racing here. As you can see now currently on screen, the drivers are practicing, and they're practicing all over the place. It seems to be during practice there's no holds barred. It's more of a demo derby where some drivers are trying to race nice and clean, others are trying to push each other off, I guess trying to see where the lines are and how effective those offline lines are. So for example, through the grass and onto the rumble strips, even where the marbles are as well, because of course tyre wear is on, as we wait for the drivers to enter the fray. I'd actually like to race around myself during this, but then I don't want to cause further issues. And what if I get stuck in the race and then all we've got is a commentary view of a really slow car going round, and that would be pretty pointless. I see that some drivers are in the session, some are not, some are unfortunately fully are disconnecting already by the looks of it, unless that's just them backing out the session just for funsies, and I hope that's not the case. Oh, interesting. Apparently it wasn't just a random disconnection, it wasn't a connection issue. It looks like we had the game just turned off. So I wonder if the console went into power saving mode halfway through the race, or better yet, after the qualifying, and the game just decided, nope, I'm turning off. I wonder if that's a thing on PlayStation. From now, I'm not, you can probably gather I'm not a PlayStation guy. I do own a PlayStation, obviously, to play games like Gran Turismo and whatever, but I don't know too much about PlayStation, so I don't know if they do just randomly turn themselves off. Didn't realise that might have been a thing, but maybe it is, maybe it isn't. That is the reason as to why we're restarting the session here. Well, luckily, as we said, we're not restarting the entire session. We're just resetting the race. We had an issue during qualifying where the entire field, including myself, was booted out of the game. So we've had to restart the lobby and the session, and then we will line everyone up in their position of where they qualified. As we said, an eagle-eye steward managed to snap a quick shot of the race. And we're just going through on the left-hand side there of everyone who's in. So we're missing just one. So we're missing Rabdan Motorsports, who we are waiting to join the lobby so we can assign the grid. By we, I mean the stewards. And we're hoping now that all of them will join the lobby when they're supposed to. While we wait, we can just keep an eye on Harry Hanneman, see how he circulates around the track. So this unfortunately puts us off schedule. So we're supposed to start the final at 7 o'clock, and it looks like that would be not happening. We will go live with, or the green flag will drop in 1 minute for our second race in the semi-finals. As we said, we are behind schedule at the moment, but I think we may just be able to squeak in the 7 o'clock start. Let's wait and see. As we are holding on patiently for one more driver to enter. We don't have 12, we have 11, as there is Jack Carlos in the pit lane. And the car that we're missing, unfortunately, is Rabdan Motorsports. I think we're at to time out before the green light, before the green flag drops, and it looks like the final we pushed back to 7:10. Looking at the chat, and I have a feeling we have the 12th driver. Yes, we do, just in time as well. Good news there for Rabdan Motorsports. Now, hopefully everything goes to plan. We do not lose anything. We don't disconnect. No one's game shuts off. No one's controller runs out of batteries as we're about to get underway now for the start. So we did the qualifying already. We had the 7 minutes. That was about 10 minutes ago or so, and then unfortunately everyone got disconnected from the session. We're going to head straight into the race now for our final semi-final here, where we will finally figure out who our last 6 will be in our grand finale today. We have set the field up exactly how they were in the qualifying session. So Harry Hannam is on pole with Sonic Gonzalez in second. Those so far the more important places to be. But let's ride along with James Swindell as he will work his way through the corner as we just figure out the camera. There he is. So we'll start with 4th position just to see what it's like for the drivers that start in 3rd and lower. We did 3rd in the previous race, so we'll do 4th this time as they work their way through the right-hander. Now the countdown would start now. 3, 2, 2, 1, and he's not even at left-hander. He has to slow down as the race has started, and look at the gap that the first 2, our pole sitter and 2nd place, build already at the get-go. But we are green flag racing here for the final time in our semi-finals. Here's Harry Hannam. He's working his way downhill towards Eau Rouge for the first time. As you just see a quick shot of Yasik Gaz behind in 3rd position at the moment. So, as we said, our top 6 finishers from this race will go into our final. As Harry Hannam, a very bold line through there. He was very fast through, but luckily he was offline, so he won't pick up a penalty. Oh, yes, he does. He does pick up a penalty of 0.5 of a second. And that could be quite costly. I mean, I know they're eager to get the race started. I didn't realise Harry was that eager to get the race finished, as he essentially bolted his way through Rouge. It's down towards the hairpin now as we descend back down Spa-Francorchamps here for the first time. Harry Hannam sits out in front, actually, and has a penalty of 0.5 of a second. He's 1.6 seconds up the road already from Sonic Gonzalez, who is 1.7 seconds, who stood behind, but 1.4 seconds ahead of Yassi Gaz. Someone behind has picked up a penalty. It's not Andre Corey, I think it's James Swindell's, it is, who's picked up a penalty of 0.8 of a second. And that, of course, he must have been very hot through that first corner. He started in 4th and he's stayed in 4th. He hasn't made any headroom just yet. 5th position is Andre Corey. In 6th position is Seb Murray. 7th is Silver 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, he's just outside of the top 6, so unfortunately he may not be in the final, but let's wait and see. We have 8 laps of racing to go. We've only just done half a lap, so still plenty of time on the clock. Jack Carlos has picked up a penalty by the looks of it. Indeed, he has at 0.8 of a second, so another rapid driver through Rouge. Got to be careful there, as Guy Jin has also picked up a penalty, but dropped it down to already 0.1 of a second. Rubdun Racing, now where is he? He's in 11th position at the moment. There he is. Salma Ketmi behind the wheel, and under pressure from Charlie Hayek in his BMW M6. I think this race is all a BMW M6, as Charlie Hayek runs really wide through there. He was certainly going full throttle through that corner, looking to on the inside. Can he take the move? Can he take the position away? Not quite from Rubdun Racing. He'll settle in for 12th position for the time being. Let's go back with race leader Harry Hannam, who's managed to shake his penalty. And this time round, he's managed to keep all 4 tyres between the white lines, which keeps him out in front, and no penalty applied this time round. 2.3 seconds up the road from Sonic Gonzalez. As they work their way through now on lap number 2, can Sonic Gonzalez, can he catch the back bumper of Harry Hannam? Certainly Harry's been on form this whole weekend so far. He's won his heat race. He qualified in pole in heat race 1 in his heat race, and in his semi-final as well. Certainly looks to be the man to beat here this weekend. As the British driver makes his way into the left-hander, with Sonic Gonzalez being 2.5 seconds behind. It looks like Yassi Gaz is actually able to sort of claw back some time and sort of reel in Sonic Gonzalez for the time being. Let's ride on board with him, as there is Sonic Gonzalez just in front. As into the left-hander they go. And now he's 1 second behind him at the moment. I thought he was 2.3 seconds, but that's James Swindell's behind him. There's a much tighter line in comparison to Sunic Gonzalez. They work their way now through Sector 3, or into at least the entrance of Sector 3 for the second time. It loses a little bit of ground, but the gap is still staying at around a second between these two. It's not building, nor is it losing any time as he's into the left-hander. Just slightly lets go of the throttle. Heavy into the braking zone here, into the right-hander, but really closes the gap on Sunic Gonzalez into the left-hander. The gap is now 1.1 seconds. It actually went up between that complex of corners, but now it's dropping to just under a second now between these two. Let's see if he can claw back some time going into the right-hander here. The slowest part of the track, all the way down to first gear. He's getting a good run on him through Eau Rouge to try and pick up the toe and then try and make the move going through into turn 4. As we'll continue on board here with Yassi Gaz, keeps all 4 tyres within line, or at least within respectable lines, shall we say. But I don't think he's close enough to make a move on Sunic Gonzalez. I think he's going to have to wait. He's going to have to try and catch back up through Sector 2 and 3 again. He was much stronger through Sector 3 than Sunic Gonzalez, but Sector 1 and Sector 2 is where Sunic seems to be on point. The gap, actually the gap's come down by 1/10 of a second on that time round. So Yassi Gaz is able to catch up. We can't discount James Swindell's either just yet, as James currently circulating in 4th place. Into the left-hander he goes, and he's biding his time, but he's got to be careful though, because he might get caught by Andre Corey here as well. And then Seb Murray running in 6th position. So no change in the top 6 just yet. We still have the same drivers where they qualified. Oh, it looks like Andre Corey has picked up a penalty. Must have gone way too hot through Eau Rouge. So that's 8/10 of a second penalty, which is what we're used to seeing. Between 8 and 1 second between the drivers that have picked up that penalty from that sequence of corners. And it's James Swindell runs in 4th. Runs a little bit too wide there through the left-hander. Let's go back with race leader Harry Hannam. Hasn't put a foot wrong yet. As Harry, having completed now 2 laps. Very fast there through that sector. Let's ride on board with him because we're coming up now to the slowest part of the track. As we work our way through the left-hander now, we'll ride on board with Harry Hannam. As he works his way across the line to complete lap number 3. Now starts lap number 4. And let's listen to the gears. All the way down to 1st or 2nd gear there for Harry Hannam. Nice tight line for Harry as he works his way downhill again and to the start of Eau Rouge. Let's see how he takes it this time round. Into the left-hander, up to the right, and then a quick left-hander straight afterwards. Ooh, a bit too many tyres offline it seemed to be there, but doesn't pick up a penalty yet. I think he was within the limit, so it's not too much of a problem for Harry Hannam. The driver continues to lead here by 3.1 seconds. Oh, we've had a change of position because Yassi Gaz is in 2nd place and Sunic Gonzalez drops down to 3rd, but they're side by side. They rub on each other. Sunic Gonzalez has the inside line. Can Yassi Gaz stay in front as Sunic Gonzalez hops over the curbs? Can they stay together? Flash of the lights. Oh, and Yassi Gaz picks up a 5/10 of a second penalty. What's that for? Is it for a collision? I don't think it would be. It'd be for corner cutting, if that, because I think the game's quite lenient when it comes to rubbing on one another. But it looks like Sunic Gonzalez takes back 2nd place. Flash of the lights from Yassi Gaz. I don't think he's too happy about that. As the 2 change positions going through Eau Rouge by the looks of it. It looks like Yassi Gaz had an excellent run going down the hill. This is a great scrap here. Let's ride on board with Yassi Gaz as he closes back in on Sunic Gonzalez. And remember, these two were quite far away. They were 9/10 of a second on the previous lap in this same area. They're now down to 4/10 of a second in this part of the track. And well, Yassi Gaz has a 3/10 of a second penalty on his head. Let's see if he can cool that down and try and catch the back bumper of Sagan 16, because he must have done that, as we said, downhill and on the way to Eau Rouge. As into the left-hander we go here again, and he's losing ground to Sunic. So this is CIK Gonzalez now improving through sector 3. Very fast there through the penultimate corners. Into the right-hander we go. Does Yassi Gaz close up? Not quite. Oh, yes, he does actually close up quite significantly going through the bus stop there. CIK Gonzalez is certainly under pressure from Yassi Gaz as they're now into the slowest corner of the track, all the way down. A very tight line into the right-hander there. Actually, it is a hairpin going through that part of the track, and it looks like a good run from Yassi Gaz. They're less than a 0.5 of a second between them. Left, right. Very squirrely through there was Yassi Gaz, as was Sunit as well. And here we go, here's the run. And oh, Sunit's picked up a penalty. You saw that he had too many wheels off the left-hand side. He tries to block Yassi Gaz. Just gets that car in front of him. Yass is going to have to try around the outside. But it looks like CIK Gonzalez shuts the door on him, but that penalty's not going to help him at all. As we'll stay on board with this battle here for second position. We're riding on board with Yassi Gaz. He's a look to the inside. CIK Gonzalez shuts the door on him pretty much immediately going through the right-hander. As we're now into the left-hander here again. Not close enough to make a move, and now CIK starts to extend the lead ever so slightly here. But he's got to be careful of that penalty. Does CIK Gonzalez. Brakes late for Yassi Gaz here. I would show the other racers, but we're looking at this battle for second position at the moment because it's heating up here between CIK Gonzalez as Yassi Gaz looks on the inside, but CIK shuts the door on him. Let's go back up with not the race lead. Let's look further back through the field. Let's look at what ATCUAE's up to because he's dropped, well, he's in 5th position. He's managed to shake the penalty that he had and drops him down. We're still in 5th position for the time being, but it looks like he's closing in on James Swindells. We'll keep an eye on that battle for second position. Looks like CIK Gonzalez is still in second place for now from Yassi Gaz. Where's Seb Murray gone? And that's Jack Carlos, currently circulating in 7th position. He's found a way past Silver 1, 2, 3, 4 over the past couple of laps. We'll put Silver down now into 8th position. Jack Carlos needs to catch the back of Seb Murray, and he's got 2.6 seconds between the two of them. Oh, and it looks like Seb Murray has a penalty, which is great news for Jack Carlos, but not good news for Seb Murray, that's for sure. The penalty is 0.7 of a second by the looks of it. Let's go back to Second 16 and Yassi Gaz, because here it is. The battle is on again through Eau Rouge as Gaz desperately looks for a way past. It looks like he's almost pushing him through the corners as he looks to the inside, or the outside line, excuse me. For the next corner, Sunit has a penalty, but he has the inside line. But Yassi Gaz with the preferred line going into the next corner straight afterwards. They rub on each other going through side by side through the corners, and Yassi Gaz has to tuck in behind him. This is some great racing here between CIK Gonzalez and Yassi Gaz. And it really starts to kick off through Sector 1, especially through the first couple of corners. Now, I wonder if this is giving James Swindells a chance to catch up as well. With these two battling, he's 3.7 seconds behind. Surely he'll be able to make up a little bit more time. There's Harry Hannam just in front, all by his lonesome. I'm pretty sure he'd like to be in the scrap of things just behind him, but I think he'd much prefer to be out in front. Let's quickly go back now to Jack Carlos, who, as we said, Seb Murray in front of him, which we were with Seb Murray, weren't we, just there? He's only got 1/10 of a second on his penalty timer. Does he? So that won't really benefit Jack Carlos too much. Although Jack is slowly starting to reel him in. He's 1.9 seconds behind at the moment. He's got 2 laps to go, or at least a lap and a half to go. Actually, no, he's over 2 laps to go, actually, between the two of them. Jack Carlos, could he be in our top 6? He's brought the gap down to 1.7 seconds. I think the battle is going to be on between these two for 6th position, that all-important 6th position as well. Because, of course, these two will be battling for a position in the final, essentially. 5 seconds to drift to ATCUAE. And Jack Carlos, again, reading him in. Let's go back with CIK Gonzalez and Yassi Gaz. They're working their way through and across the line here to start lap number 7. This is the penultimate lap now for these two, and it looks like Yassi Gaz not close enough to make a move this time round. He's been much closer. He won't be able to pick up the toe unless he can pick it up through Eau Rouge this time round. Let's see if he can do it. But it's going to be quite a tough ask, because there's a couple of car lanes. He's been much closer than this, hasn't he? He was certainly on the last lap. And James Swindell's not been able to catch this group up either. I say group, it's just two people, isn't it? Let's go back down to Jack Carlos, who's picked up a 2-second penalty. That has to be one of the strictest penalties we've seen so far. I wonder where he's picked that up from, because he didn't get it through Eau Rouge because he had it before he went through that complex. And this is going to severely impact his chances of being in the final as well, because he was catching Seb Murray, who is 1.6 seconds, maybe 1.5 seconds up the road, but he has 2 seconds over his head. I wonder how he's got that, because that's very costly for the British driver. As he's through the right-hander, let's go back with race leader Harry Hannam, who's had a very, we could say, uneventful race, essentially. I mean, he is in pole position. He was in pole position, sorry, and he's out in front. He's had a nice, cool, calm race. Nothing to worry about in front of him, nothing to worry about behind him either. I could imagine he'd like to be in that scrap, especially for second place. Oh, and he's picked up a 1-second penalty as well. Now, it can't be going through Eau Rouge. Now, it looked like he did clip a corner, but he's picked up a second penalty now. Interesting. It won't be interesting because he's not got a close enough gap between himself and Sir Nick Gonzalez. And I think Yassi Gaz has used up all of his tyres and all of his car to try and find a way past Sir Nick Gonzalez in the previous, 3 laps. And it's really hurt his car now, because he's not as close as he was before, as Harry Hannam is through the penultimate corners, and he'll be going across the line, and indeed he does, to start the final lap of the race here. It was an epic battle for second. Unfortunately, has dwindled and is now no longer close. But here comes Yassi Gaz. I think he knows he's only got one shot. Not one opportunity, I'm not going there. Because he has a few more opportunities. But here he comes. He's picked up the toe, and he's going to try and find a way past. It's right on board as he works his way through Eau Rouge. Is he close enough to pick up the toe? No, he's not. But I can imagine he's going to be as late as he dares, going through the right-hander and now down towards the quick right-left complex. Late on the brakes as he dares. He really tries to reel it in, but not close enough to make a move. Let's go back to our race leader, who's that 1-second penalty looming over his head. Yeah, I knew someone else would go there. Glad that someone else did and not me. I'm pretty sure Mum's Spaghetti is all over the place inside Yassi Gaz and Sir Nick Gonzalez cars, that's for sure. There's Harry Hannam. It jumps over the curbs there. Right on just 2 wheels, working his way through. Let's go back and see what Jack Carlos' situation is. There's Seb Murray, and there's Jack Carlos. He's brought that gap thing down to... Gap thing? He's brought the penalty. It's a penalty time, isn't it? Not a gap thing. His penalty down to 0.7 of a second. But won't be enough, unfortunately, because he's 1.2 seconds back behind Seb Murray. But unfortunately, will not be... Looks like he won't be in the final unless he can do something very drastic here between himself and Seb Murray. He really closes in now. He brought it down to a second. Let's go back with Harry Hannam, though, as he's working his way through the final corners and looks to be collecting yet another win here in round 2 of our digital championship here. And is 1 step closer to the final is Harry Hannam. Works his way left, right, and it will be another win for Harry Hannam here at Spa-Francorchamps. He's earned his ticket into the final. So have these two here, Sir Nick Gonzalez and Yassi Gaz. I can't wait to see what these two do in the final races. Looks like he loses it, but we got to... What is this? This is the battle for 4th position. Where did ATCUAE come from? Where did he get that much... where did he bring the gap down from? And what could have been for ATCUAE as he comes across the line in 4th. In 5th position is ATCUAE. Seb Racing, 91, or Seb Murray is 6th, with Jack Carlos in 7th, and he was oh so close there to the back bumper of Seb Murray, and he certainly could have been a player in the final, but unfortunately will not be there as he's collected a 1-second penalty there at the line. That wraps up a very eventful semi-final 2, but we still have one race remaining. We have the final race to go here in our digital championship, and we've now finalised our 12 drivers in said final. Let's leave this lobby and let's join the next one. And hopefully this time there will be no disconnections. So as always, when we join the lobby, we'll wait for all the drivers to join, and then we will go into our qualifying session, which again, another 7-minute affair, and then we'll be racing for not 6 or 8 laps, we'll do 10 laps of racing, and this is where a lot of problems may come up with things like tyres and everything like that, because of course we are running with no assists on here. We're running it as close to as real life as possible, so it's a real game changer for the drivers. As we're about to get underway, so we've just gone past 7 o'clock. And let's go on track. So we have 5 drivers so far. We're missing... Well, we should have... How many drivers should we have here? We should have 12. Of course we should have 12. So we have 5. So we don't even have half the drivers in the session yet. But I see loads of them joining. Harry Hannam's in. James Swindell is in. Of course, Yassi Gaz is in as well. Someone's asking for a 10-minute break. Do I get a 10-minute break as well? I don't think so. I've been doing this for I've been doing this for almost 3.5 hours. I know it's challenging to hold a controller and do this, but I think you can do it. I think we can power through. Although, maybe not the only one. It looks like Sagan 16 may have had too much drama in the previous race. So, let's see, looks like some other drivers are having some issues. Disconnections again, so this is plaguing our races here for our semi-final and of course our final as well. We already had one disconnection. Luckily we haven't started the race yet, so that's a good thing. But we're about to get underway soon for our grand finale here. And of course, this is our final for round 2 of the EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. Of course, a huge shout out to both the Dubai Autodrome and Dragon Racing for supplying our top 3 with some amazing prizes at the end of the championship, including BMW M2 experience on the Dubai Autodrome circuit, and best of all, a track experience with the Mini Cooper JCW touring car provided by Dragon Racing, and of course set up by Dragon Racing as well, which is a absolutely awesome experience, I've got to say myself. Not tried it, but it sounds amazing. I'm a huge fan of touring cars. It looks just absolutely phenomenal. It looks like we will have a 5-minute break. Well, at least the drivers will get a 5-minute break. I probably will not, so I'll continue to speak till we start the races. So we do have a couple of drivers on track, of course. They're doing their practice and qualifying. Some of them were in the previous session, some weren't. Let's see how this pans out. We have selected 6 drivers from the semi-final 1 and semi-final 2, and I say we haven't picked, the drivers have picked it themselves, because of course we picked it from their top 6 finishing positions. So this is going to be quite interesting, because we're going to have at least the top few spots in the championship in this session. Unfortunately, we did lose one of our fastest drivers due to disconnection issues in semi-final 1, so he will not be participating in our final, which is unfortunate because he was certainly one to watch. And of course I'm talking about Zuhair, who had disconnection issues earlier on. But we have 12 very rapid drivers from all over the world, and of all ages as well. And if you would like to participate in our championship, you can do so. We do have 1 round remaining. And if you'd like to participate, all you have to do is head on over to the EMSO's website, or head over to the social medias. They have Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, and just ask them a question, how do I apply? Or if you go online, there is obviously steps on how to apply for a digital race license. The only thing that you have to take note of is that you will need a few things. One of them, you need to be a resident of the United Arab Emirates. 2, you will need a PlayStation, of course, and you'll need a copy of Gran Turismo. You can, of course, buy it on the PlayStation Store, or a physical version. I'm pretty sure you can pick them up quite cheap at the moment. And, of course, you would need a controller or a racing rig of your own. I know a majority of the field this year are using the controller, not the rigs. Some interesting stories from last time out is, or last season even, is that we had people with broken rigs, or even pedals that moved backwards and forwards when they shouldn't do, or steering columns that moved backwards and forwards, and even gearboxes falling off. So that was quite odd. But they've gone for the traditional method of using a controller. Probably not the most ideal method, but it is a method nonetheless, and it is what people are using. Don't know how many are using the and I've just been told that we will not be having a rolling start. We will be having a standing start for the final here. So this is going to shake things up drastically because, well, for starters, turn 1 is going to be very interesting because it's the slowest part of the track. After all the drivers are going to be on the straightaway, it's going to be very interesting going down towards turn 1. It will also shake things up because all the drivers will be starting from a standstill, not going through the final corner at a slow speed, and all the other drivers will be going through the right left. It will be very, very interesting to see. Well, Buffy, not all of us can afford these rigs. I know that they're not really inexpensive, but 1,000 dirhams though for a steering wheel is quite pricey. And I mean, if you're just going to do it for the championship, it's quite a heavy blow to the wallet. Essentially, 1,000 dirhams isn't cheap. I know that you can pick up cheaper ones on, say, sites like Dubizzle or anywhere else, second hand, but it's still quite an expense. And I do understand it does take away a bit of the skill, but if you're using a controller, then you're even more skilled, because using a controller is even harder, because you have no sense of steering. You have a little thumbstick that you can move 360, and it really doesn't add to it. I mean, you could try do the motion controls, but why would you want to do that at all? I just realised my cursor has reappeared. No, please leave. Thank you. It's gone now. But it adds a various difficulty. It does add difficulty to it, because using a controller for a racing game is definitely not the desired way to do it. It is definitely the controller rig setup with the steering wheel and everything. I do understand it does have the skill point of view, but I think this has more skill to use a controller, that's for sure, because it'll be very much easier. It was very close racing, especially in that last race with Sadiq Gonzalez and not Harry Hannon, because he was out in front. We had Sadiq Gonzalez and we had, who was it that was in third position? It was Yassi Gaz, wasn't it, that was in third position. A phenomenal battle between those two. It was amazing to watch. We wanted to stay more with it because, of course, it got very interesting over a course of 3 to 4 laps. But of course, we couldn't just stick with them. Okay, it looks to be that we are joining a different session now. So, for the drivers that are in this session now... Oops, I have completely quit my game. Okay, that's interesting. Apologies for that. Okay, we have to back out of this session, I'm being told, and then move to a different session, but this is very interesting. 11 drivers are already here. So I presume we are moving across. Let's just double check. Yes, we are. So we're moving across into a different lobby. So we will move over here. So unfortunately, a delay before the start of the final. So we will go into The new lobby, hosted by a different member of the team, and there it is. The other lobby has been disbanded, and hopefully the drivers will enter this lobby, so apologies for the delay. We were scheduled to start at 7 o'clock, but due to things out of our control, aka people's consoles shutting down, disconnections and whatnot, we are unfortunately behind schedule, but we will get the final underway shortly for round 2 of the championship. And I finally unlocked a new Group 3 car. Maybe by the final I'll actually have a BMW M6 and I can see what it's like to use the same car as everyone else's in this championship. As we wait for the lobby to load, and eventually it will let me in. There we go. It has let me into the lobby. I don't want to change cars, I want to spectate. So here we go. We're back into the lobby at Spa-Francorchamps. We will get underway shortly for our final here in our online championship for the 2021 EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. A huge thank you to our sponsors, both Dragon Racing and Dubai Autodrome, for supplying us with some amazing prizes to be handed out to our top 3 at the end of the season. Excuse me. I think we're fast approaching. I don't know what time we'll finish this now, because of course it will take quite some time to do the final. As we said, we are having connection issues. So do bear with us as we just wait for the final drivers to enter the lobby now for our final, as we are about to get underway soon, hopefully, for our qualifying. So we have 9 drivers. Do we have 10? Yes, we do. We have 11. So we're missing 1 driver by the looks of it in the session. Yes, we have 10. We have 11. So we're missing 12. So I don't know who we're missing actually, but we can have a look at who we're missing if we have a look at our leaderboard here. So there's our top 8. Who are we missing, I wonder? We have 11, as we said. Oh, I think we're missing Sunit Gonzalez by the looks of it. No, I saw him circulating before. Surely he's not the one missing. There he is. I think it's Mohammed Zubair that's missing. No, he's there too. Who are we missing from this race? Oh, is it Danny Shields that we're missing? Qualification will start in 2 minutes. So for the driver that unfortunately doesn't make it into this session, we will start without them. And I have a feeling, it is Danny Shields who has the issue. Hopefully he will make it into the session, because it won't be nice if we can't have 12 drivers when he's in the room, so that's good news. Can he join the session though is the important question. Let's hope that he can. Let's keep an eye on 11th position as Romano Labori sits in the pit lane. We'll keep tapping the 12th camera in hopes that we'll see Danny Shields join. So qualifying will start in less than 2 minutes here. You know, our final round, or better yet, not our final round, our final race of the day. It's been a long one, but it's almost over as we will crown a victor. Dan cheering on son Harry Hannum here, and looking for a late Father's Day gift, you could say, from his son, by instead of going out and getting himself, he's going to take his son's chance behind the wheel of possibly a BMW M2, or possibly even a Mini Cooper JCW touring car from Dragon Racing. So qualifying now underway for our grand finale to set the field up for what will be a standing start, not a rolling start this time round, so we won't have Any of the controversial, oh, I started in third place, that's why I couldn't get to the front. We're going to start on the grid. And it will be a standing start as well. Here we go for 7 minutes. It will, as we did with the heat races and the semi-finals, 7 minutes of racing, and then we will do 10 laps of racing around Spa-Francorchamps. Stephen, if you want a ride around in the BMW M2, if you want to drive it, head on over to the Dubai Autodrome's website. They have plenty of available slots for you to try the BMW M2 experience out, and I highly suggest you go do it. I know that James Swindells will be looking for one, but I'm not sure if he's willing to give it up that easy. If he will give it up to Dad, that is. Now, I can't imagine he'd want to. Vafi, I'm with you there. This will be very epic to see a standing start and not see drivers going slowly through that final two-corner complex. And very slow through that left-hand, as we saw both in semi-final 1 and 2. We rode on board with the third place starter and the fourth place starter, just to see how slow it really was, and you could see how much of an impact it was, because essentially when the lights went green, third was through turn left, turn left, through the final corner turning left, and fourth place was just past through through the right-hander. Yeah, indeed, it will be carnage through turn 1, so it's going to be very interesting to see how everyone gets through. I think we're going to have to start mid-pack, and we're going to have to see what it's like through mid-pack, not start with whoever sits on pole position, because we need to see what happens through turn 1. If only we could get corner cameras in Gran Turismo, then we could just focus our attention on corner 1, because that's going to be very epic to see indeed. I think actually we could we'll stick with third or fourth position actually through that corner, because it should give us a good shot of both first position and then the rest of the field as well. It will be fun to watch the first corner. Indeed, you're going to have some big cojones to get through that corner unscathed. Hopefully we don't see a repeat of what Romain Grosjean did a couple of years ago in the first corner at Spa-Francorchamps, which got him that one race ban, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think we get a race ban here in the online championship. Hey, pass me some popcorn as well. Getting quite hungry over here. At least I've got some water. I think, yeah, this is going to be one. I think this is going to be someone who wants to start probably lower down the order, sort of midfield rather than up front, because up front it's going to be complete chaos, because I can imagine there's going to be some very brave drivers who are going to try and brake as late as they dare to try and get the inside or even that outside line. I mean, the outside line is not where you want to be, but the inside line maybe. I can imagine at least one or two drivers are going to go off, and the stewards are going to have a very, very long discussion about turn 1 and who is at fault. If and when it happens, that is, because of course we haven't started the race just yet, as CIK Gonzalez picks up a penalty of 0.5 of a second, working his way on his flying lap here, and of course that's going to impede him on his first lap. So no matter what time he gets now, he'll have an additional 0.5 of a second on top of that. He's losing a little bit of time here, so that's good, but unfortunately this is going to impact his first flying lap. The good news is that he's got more time, obviously, to do another flying lap or two. I see shots fired in the chat at the well, I'm not going to say anything. I'll let the stewards and officials read it for themselves. Not at liberty for me to say anything, as CIK Gonzalez will be the first driver to set a lap time here. And let's see what he can do. He did a 2:16 in his semi-final. This is across the line, does another 2:16. Oh, he does a 2:15.973, but because of that penalty it's gone to 2:16. But that was quite a fast lap there from CIK Gonzalez, but as predicted, Harry Hannum, quickest man out there. Is there really football at 8 PM? Dominic, who's playing? As Harry Hannum leads. With a time of 2:15.389. I think he's bested his heat race qualifying time.
ATCUAE championship leader in second with a 1:15.563. He's 0.2 of a second slower. So Nick Gonzalez with that 2:16. He almost had that 2:15 as well, but Romano Labori has gone third fastest with a 2:15.881. So 2:15 is where it's at. Can we see our first 2:14? I don't know if it's even possible if we can do it. I'm pretty sure we saw it during practice earlier on today. As I see someone further down the order has a penalty. That's going to impact them. I'm not sure severely. I see Nick Gonzalez still has that penalty. Or he's actually, no, he's picked up another penalty, has he? He must have. Let's go with fourth place. Where's fourth? At the line. Why can't we go to fourth? There we go. That's fifth. There's fourth. He's got 0.5 of a second, so he's got the same penalties he did last time round. So he's being a bit cheeky somewhere. He's going to be careful because he will be starting in fourth position. Although, yes, we will have the standing starts. Interesting. Dominic, I'm not going to ask why you're watching that game of all teams. As Harry Hannam continues to lead. So Buffy Khan confirming that 2:14 is possible, just not in the BMW M6. Let's see if Harry Hannam can do it. I think he might be right though. I think he might dip into at least the low 2:15s. Possibly 0.2 of a second slower, let's see. This is across the line. No 2:15, 2:59 that time round. And unfortunately not enough time for another lap. Dan, father of Harry, saying there's no football until 11 PM. So we've got plenty of time here for the final in our second round of the championship. Harry Hannam is on pole with ATCUAE championship leader alongside for company. Romano Labori, for the time being, is on the second row of the grid with Nick Gonzalez alongside for company. Yassi Gaz is fifth. James Swindells is sixth. Mohamed Jalan seventh. Seb Murray is eighth. Andre Corey is not even on the top four rows. He's down on row number 5 in 10th position alongside Zolo Vita. I wonder who has enough time. It's ATCUAE who actually has enough time for another lap, and it looks like Nick Gonzalez also has enough time. So let's see if ATCUAE can improve his position, and will he be able to best Harry Hannam here? Wide through and off onto the curbs. So he was 0.2 of a second slower than his fastest lap time last time round. He's in sector 2 now. He's quite a ways away from the BMW M6 of Nick Gonzalez to pick up the tow. So that will be an issue. Shots fired being talked about football as we're going through now and into sector 3. And ATCUAE, unfortunately, he's less than 0.1 of a second slower. He's going to have to make up some severe ground here in sector 3 if he wants to best Harry Hannam. So he's doing a 2:15.5 at the moment. He needs to do a 2:15.3 if he wants to be in pole position. And he's only got a few more corners to do so, and he's got to be very careful through these final 2 corners now. He has to get the line perfect. No squabbling anywhere. It looks clean as he's through the left-hander. Can he best Harry Hannam? So Nick Gonzalez doesn't improve, so stays on the second row of the grid. And ATCUAE, unfortunately, does not improve his time. 0.1 of a second slower, as there is our finale. And unfortunately, it looks like Danny Shields did not make it into our finale here. So a disconnection there for Danny Shields. So we will not see Dan the man. But here we are, standing start. On your left-hand side of the screen is Harry Hannam. Right side is ATCUAE, championship leader, Romano Labori, row number 2, with Nick Gonzalez on alongside for company. Then it is Yassi Gaz and James Swindells. Let's go with 4th position. Let's stay with Nick Gonzalez. We're getting ready for the final race here. A standing start, a flash the lights from Harry Hannam. Lights are on, and we're green flag racing here for the final time in round number 2. Down towards the first corner we go. Oh, and Mohamed Zubair is already loose going, and then he's going to start the race. Here we go down towards turn 2. It's clean. Is it just about? It's shuffling all over the place. Harry Hannam gets away scot-free. Luckily, everyone did get away from Scott Free, but Sunic Gonzalez from 4th on the grid is 9th. In one corner for Sunic Gonzalez. The red mist is certainly descended on his visor. It's go time for Sunic Gonzalez. Harry Hannum clean through the sector. Aiko Saig loses 2nd position to Yassi Gaz. There's a great start there from Yassi, but here we go. 3 wide through the corner. James Waddell on the inside line thinks better of it. Backs out of the battle. But Yassi Gaz, he's in for a fight. He likes to fight here, especially on Spa-Francorchamps. We've seen it battling with other drivers throughout. There's penalties to be dished out all over the place, but the good news is that we got through corner 1 scot-free. We've got through all corners so far scot-free. It was only Ayman Mohamed Zubair who had an issue at the get-go. So Nick Gonzalez got robbed completely. He's down to 9th place after starting in 4th, so he's lost 5 places on the opening lap. Harry Hannum is extending his lead. Aiko Saig is 2nd. Yassi Gaz is 3rd. James Swindells is 4th, with Romano Labori in 5th. Seb Murray 6th, Andre Corey is 7th, he's made up 3 positions from the lights, and Mohamed Jalan runs in 8th position. We have some penalties being dished out sort of midfield, but this is a much better start from that rolling start that we had. Let's go through the field. That was riding with Yassi Gaz, who was in 3rd position. James Swindells is 4th. Romano Labori, defending champion, running in 5th position. The field streamlined their way through. As I said, only 11 drivers here out of 12. Unfortunately, Dan the Man not in this race. Disconnection issues for Danny Shields. As Andre Corey, is he one with the penalty? Yes, he is. He gains yet another position on that lap. And it looks like who dropped back? Who was behind him? Seb Murray was there. He's dropped back. Where is Seb Murray gone? He is 10th at the moment. So he's lost ground. He's lost 4 positions on the opening lap, sort of halfway through, as they work their way through the penultimate corners now. There is Mohamed Jalan in 7th. Let's go a bit further back though, shall we? Because here's the battle brewing. Zolo Vita in 8th position. 9th is Seb Murray, so he's gained a position. 10th is Sunic Gonzalez. Unfortunately, this is a race to forget, I think, for Sunic Gonzalez. Not the way he wanted to do this. Oh, and Seb Murray almost closed the door on Sunic Gonzalez and straight into the left door there of Sunic Gonzalez as well with Seb Murray. Let's go back up with race leader Harry Hannum, who's stretching his lead out by 1.2 seconds. Oh, and Aiko Saig, championship leader, has a penalty. 1.5 seconds. Where did he pick that up from? Because it wasn't through Rouge, as we're going side by side again. Let's go 2nd position now. Yassi Gaz on the outside. Aiko Saig has the inside line, but that's where Yassi Gaz needs to be for the next corner. He squeezes him, and he gets the move done. Good job there from Yassi Gaz, but Aiko Saig not going to give up that easily, is he now? As he's got that 1.3 second penalty looming over him. Romano Labori sits in 4th position. Oh, he's battling with James Swindells as well. Swindells looking on the inside. Here he goes, gets the cut back. Does Romano Labori, squeezed on the inside, gets 4th position back pretty much straight away, going through that right-handed downhill as well. Mohamed Jalan is in 6th position. There's James Swindell, but this we're watching here. Andre Corey on the back of Mohamed Jalan. There is the motif of Lewis Hamilton. It's been paying off ever so slightly for Mohamed Jalan. He's made it through his heat race semi-final and now into the final as well. Looking to bag some points here in the championship hunt. But it's going to be very tough to get past Aiko Saig and Harry Hannum. Because for the time being, it looks like Harry Hannum is outscoring Aiko Saig, who's sitting in 3rd position and applying the pressure to the back bumper of Yassi Gaz, who's looking for a strong finish here. Andre Corey looking for a way past Mohamed Jalan. I think he's going to have to wait for Sector 1, especially through that complex of corners sort of right after Rouge. That seems to be where all the action has been taking place so far. Let's go back with Harry Hannum, shall we? Our race leader by 1.5 seconds, but the battle is brewing behind him. Yassi Gaz and Aiko Saig. You know what, let's ride on board with Aiko Saig. Oh, that's his back. That's the back view. That's the rear camera we picked up there. No, that's the rear camera again. Why are we looking behind him? No, we want to look in front of him. We want to look at the battle that he's having in front with Yassi Gaz. Now, I don't know why we're looking only behind him. Okay, we'll have to leave that camera now. Maybe it's fallen off in all this intense action here in Gran Turismo. Our final round of the day of round 2 in our EMSO E-Motorsports UAE National Championship. Going through Rouge here. Aiko Saig find a way past. He's very loose through the corners, but doesn't lose too much ground on Yassi Gaz. He's going to try and do what he did to him on the previous lap now. As they run line astern here, you could barely fit a BMW M6 bumper in between them just there. It looks like no move there made from ATCUAE. There was no opportunity whatsoever, wasn't close enough at all. Let's go a little bit further back, as Ramon Labori has been able to shake James Swindell's ever so slightly, dropping him to a second behind. Let's go back now to 6th position because it's still Mohamed Jalan ahead of Andre Corey, and look who's in the mix now as well. Zolovita wants a bit of this action, as it looks to be Mohamed Jalan is keeping Andre Corey at bay and slowing him down, as this is the battle here for 6th position. It doesn't look like ATCUAE and Gaz are working together, but I don't think they're working together for that reason. I don't think they are working together at all, actually, come to think of it. Are they reading in Hannum? Let's see. Let's go up there. They don't seem to be reading in Hannum as much as we would have thought they would be, because the gap is still 1.5 seconds between the two of them. I don't think they're pushing each other that much, and I don't think ATCUAE would want a car in front of him, does he? I think he'd want a car behind him, preferably, and another car behind him as well, so he can be out in front of Harry Hannum, so he can ensure that he leads this round as championship leader. But there is Harry Hannum. I think as much as he'd like to be behind in that mix, I think he's happy where he is right now. I think he's very content, and he's keeping it nice and cool out in front. Nothing to worry about in front of him, nothing to worry about behind him either, as ATCUAE gets found away past, moves up in a 2nd position. And let's see what Yassi Gaz can do this time round, though. As ATCUAE gets found a way through, what can Yassi Gaz do? Just a slight nudge there through the right-hander to the back bumper of ATCUAE, looking on the inside down towards turn 1. Now Yassi Gaz, he really likes that sequence of corners just after Rouge, that right-left complex. That's where he's been very strong and very aggressive as well. Not too aggressive to the point that he's been slapped to the penalty or any sort of reprimand from the stewards. They've seen what he's been doing and they thought better of it. Oh, and it looks a bit shaky there for Yassi Gaz. I think he was a bit too fast through there. I think he just sent it full, like Igosta said in the chat. And look at this, he's reading him in again. Oh, slight tap there. Not what you want to do. You don't want to push Igosta forward. Oh, late on the brakes as well. Almost taps ATCUAE into a spin, and I think the stewards are going to have a look at that, because that was a little bit dodgy there, wasn't it, from Yassi Gaz on ATCUAE. The battle is on again for 2nd position, and again it's Yassi Gaz that is in sort of the man that's trying to control the situation, but at the moment it's ATCUAE. And of course, with these two battling, they're losing ground to Harry Hannum, who's sort of sailing away. He's got nothing to worry about. He's got lots of time to bide here with these two battling on. Yes, it is bum drafting, but this isn't NASCAR, is it? Where you go left constantly. This is a complex of corners that go left and right, and it's much easier to tap someone out of these cars than it is, say, in a NASCAR, that's for sure. As we continue watching this battle for 2nd position, but let's go through the field. Let's see what not James Swindell's doing, but what Andre Corey's doing, because he's not found a way past Mohamed Jalan, and he looks like he's lost some time actually as well, because he was right up the bumper of him. Okay, he's lost his penalty, which is great news to see, but Zolovita has also dropped back as well, so I wonder if there's been a move made somewhere and it's dropped both drivers back. So unfortunately that battle's gone, but we have a battle brewing a little bit further down here. That's Sunic Gonzalez, who's on a mission. He is slowly crawling his way back up the order. I shouldn't say crawling, because not crawling, are you? As Zolovita's dropped back, he's lost out to Sunic Gonzalez here, as Sunic is on a mission to work his way back up the field after, unfortunately, what happened to him on the opening lap on the first corner, where he went from 4th all the way down to 10th, or 6 positions on the opening lap. Let's go back with the battle for 2nd position between ATCUAE and Yassi Gaz as they continue to fight here. Down towards Rouge here, but it looks like ATCUAE is now starting to put a little bit of gap between himself and Yassi Gaz. Now this is of course good news for Harry Hannum, because he's not been able to catch him. Still 1.9 seconds separating the two of them, and there were mentions in the chat that maybe they're working together. I don't think so. And here comes Yassi Gaz. He's got another great run here as he's on the inside line. Can he take that move away? Yes, he can. Here we go. Into the right-hander, he's got position stuck. Has he got enough gap between himself and ATCUAE? Yes, he does. From a telemetry point of view, for some reason, we can't get it to come up. Yes, we can, but then unfortunately, we lose what's happening on the left-hand side of the screen. So if you want this view, we can keep it, but probably not as much telemetry as you'd like. We've got no G-forces, but we can see Oh, actually, we do have G-forces there on the right-hand side, but we unfortunately lose the positions on the left for this battle, so we can switch in between the two of them. But you know what? It's quite interesting. Let's keep this here because I'd like to see what he's doing through that one very fast corner towards the end of the lap here, as we're on lap 5 of 10 for the time being. But let's go back with our leaderboard so we can see who is where, if there are any change of positions, especially further down. As you said, we'll keep an eye on Andre Corey and Sunic Gonzalez because he is on a mission. As Yassi Gaz now back in front of ATCUAE, back in his second position, looking to add some more points to his championship hunt. I have a feeling it might go the way of Harry Hannum here. As we continue on, now let's switch over to the telemetry data and let's just see how fast they go through. Full throttle at the moment. Let's off the gas, and here we go. Full throttle through there as well. That's very brave through that corner. Yeah. I think they're not bump draft. I don't think they're bump drafted. I don't think they're working together at all. They're just fighting for second, which is great for Sunic Gonzalez. And if you look closely, there's a former champion behind them. There's a defending champion really in the mid as well. He's only 1.6 seconds at the moment behind him. We still have 5 laps remaining on the clock here for this race, as Romano Labori sits in 4th position, and he's starting to catch these two that are battling for second place here, as Harry Hannum continues to extend his lead now up to 2 seconds. Now, interestingly enough, he hasn't gained a lot of time. He hasn't gained significant time either. He's gained about 1/10 of a second, and that's it. Oh, one of them has a penalty. Yassi Gaz has the penalty now this time round. So he's been a bit too cheeky going through Eau Rouge, and that's going to cost him some time. The good thing is now what he can do is he can slow up in front of ATCUAE. Granted, he probably shouldn't do that because that's really cheeky, and that can get you under the watchful eye of the stewards. But he's picked up a penalty, which is not great news for him because, of course, ATCUAE is now essentially he's in second, isn't he? So he's outscoring him as ATCUAE looks on the inside there as Yassi looks goes a little bit too wide through the corner. Running in second position for the time being, but that penalty is on his head. It does kind of look like they're catching Harry Hannum, but unfortunately they're not catching him for the time being, as Harry Hannum and his BMW M6. As we said, it's been a rather uneventful race for Harry Hannum, but uneventful in a good way, because he is all by his lonesome. He hasn't put a foot wrong yet. He's got nothing to worry about behind him or in front of him. Interesting take there on a smart move. That is interesting, but I think he can't sit too long behind him, because if he sits long behind him, he's going to start losing a lot of ground to Harry Hannum, as ATCUAE. And of course, with ATCUAE being the championship leader, he's losing valuable points to Harry Hannum now, isn't he? So he needs to find a way past Yasheed, and he needs to find a way past Fast, and then he needs to find a way past Harry Hannum. First he has to catch up to Harry Hannum, because it looks like the leader's now caught him up by 0.2 of a second. Interesting stuff that's going on here. 4 laps to go, excuse me, here at Spa-Francorchamps in round 2. This, of course, is the final of this weekend. We've had some issues, but we've sorted them out, as Yassi Gaz loses 0.2 of a second on his penalty. He needs to be careful. He doesn't need to pick up another one, as ATCUAE certainly looks faster through Eau Rouge, but can't find a way past that BMW M6. These cars are certainly wider than they look, that's for sure, and they prove quite hard to pass. In the tow now is ATCUAE. Is he going to look on the inside? He's going to flank as late as he dares, I think. Oh, he brakes much earlier in comparison to Yassi Gaz, that's for sure, but really closes back up through the complex of corners there. Let's go back through the field briefly. Oh, it's like, as we say that, one of the drivers in this Yassi Gaz that went wide. Andre Corey has found a way past Mohamed Jilan, moving him up in the 6th position, but picked up a penalty at the same time. Now, I wonder if that's because of an overtaking maneuver, because it's 1.3 seconds as well. Let's go back with this battle here for second position. Both drivers have penalties now. ATCUAE has one of 0.3 of a second. It almost counteracts what Yassi Gaz has. And this is a phenomenal battle here that's going on between the two of them. I don't know why we can't ride on board, or at least the front camera of the ATCUAE car, just to see how close these two are. I don't know why it keeps showing us the back. I need to figure that out, why what's happened to the front camera of ATCUAE. But very interesting here. We'll stick with second place because we can see both the gap between second and first and third for the time being, as ATCUAE now drops back. He's lost a little bit of time on his penalty, brought it down to a 10th of a second, but it's 3/10 of a second at the front for Yassi Gaz at the moment. These two still battling here for second position, as Harry Hannum, as the chat is saying, he's not been able to escape just yet, and there's ATCUAE looking for a way on the outside, trying to get the cut back. Oh, lit loose there for Yassi Gaz, and this has given the opportunity to ATCUAE to sneak up on the inside, says thank you very much, but Yassi Gaz is still there, albeit he hasn't got the inside line for the hairpin, or does he? No, he doesn't. Interesting enough that the ghost mode is on, so we can't really see collisions. That's unfortunate, I guess you could say, but at the same time it is fortunate because it doesn't mean that people are going to get taken off by unruly players. As here we go once again through Arouge, and ATCUAE desperately looking for a way through. But at the same time, Yassi Gaz is making that M6 incredibly wide. But here comes ATCUAE again on the inside. He's got the preferred line going down towards the right-hander here. Can Yassi keep the outside line going, though? It looks like ATCUAE has the position. Yes, he does. Great move there from the young Thai driver and the championship leader as well. So he's netted some extra points, but Harry Hannum is still outscoring him, which is what he doesn't want. Has Andre Corey disconnected? I think he may have. He may have disconnected. It's shown as 11th. No, he hasn't disconnected. He's just dropped way back. So he's off of our timing screen there, but I'm not sure what's happened here to Andre Corey, but he's dropped back. This is going to be a final to forget for him as Seb Murray muscles him out wide. And there's a battle actually going on in front of them as well, as Andre Corey is into the wall. I think it might be his day done. I'm Mohamed Zubair battling with Zolo Vita here for 8th position, as unfortunately Andre Corey, as we said, this may be a race to forget for him, a finale to forget as well, as I'm Mohamed Zubair trying to make a move on the inside. Let's go back with the battle for second position, because it looks to be at least a car length separating the two of them. They're still not able to catch Harry Hannum with, what, 2.5 laps to go, probably less than that actually at the moment. Harry Hannum, though, very strong performance here this weekend, very dominant. Oh, and another penalty for ATCUAE here. It's been penalties left, right and centre for these two all the way through the past couple of laps, as I think that's probably for corner cuttering. I could imagine the stewards are looking very closely at both ATCUAE and Yassi Gaz as well. I think you're right, Alan. He may need a bit more practice. Someone of Andre's caliber shouldn't need that much practice. Formed kart racer, sim racer as well. As ATCUAE in second, and now putting a gap between himself and Gaz, even, not Geese, as incident is under investigation between Sunic Gonzalez and Andre Corey on lap 7. As Harry Hannum now being reeled in, it's 1.2 seconds to the race leader. Here we go, 2 laps to go. The battle is on for the race lead almost here. 1.2 seconds separating Hannum. This will be actually the first time we actually see a battle for the race lead, and I think what Harry Hannum's done in the opening lap series is he's been very conservative. He's conserved his tyres, of course, and the rest of his car as well. This certainly is a nail-biting rivalry as well. If I had nails to chew, I certainly would be chewing it. Basil, I'm inclined to go with you there as well, but this is still racing. Harry does seem to have the win locked in and in the bag, but yeah, we can't discount ATCUAE just yet. Nor can we discount Yassi Gaz either. I think he could be a real wild card here. Can Yassi Gaz for the upset victory for both Hannum and ATCUAE, as there is a man that sat in second position. The reason we're staying here is because if you look at the left-hand side of your screen, you can see the gap between first and third at the moment from ATCUAE. So it's 1.2 seconds out in front as Harry Hannum goes wide, as does Yassi Gaz. The yellow flag come out. Oh, Harry Hannum, what's happened? Where has Harry Hannum gone? He's gone off and he's down to 4th position. Harry Hannum has a problem. He is very slow. Or he's now up to speed, but he's not up to speed as he should be. Let's have a look at the telemetry. Drama for Harry Hannum on lap number 9, the penultimate lap for Harry Hannum. And ATCUAE is going into the lead. He's in the lead of the race now, ahead of Yassi Gaz. Alan, you're right, it's not over until it's over, and that's motorsport for you. In one corner, you can go from leading the race to 5th position. Let's go back. Let's have the leaderboards back, shall we? ATCUAE in the lead. Yassi Gaz 2nd. Romain Labori 3rd. Harry Hannum is 4th, and under pressure from James Swindell. Let's go to that battle quickly. There it is, between our early race leader from the get-go. 9 laps he was leading, and unfortunately through the corner he spun. Went too wide as well as James Swindell looks on the inside. Harry Hannum defends, but here comes Swindell around the outside. A little bit of a tap there for the two of them. This has been a very hot place, hasn't it, this corner complex here. Oh, a little bit of a drift there from James Swindell. Oh, and there's a spin in 7th. That was CIK Gonzalez who lost it through the corner. And has he been able to recover? No, he hasn't. And CIK Gonzalez robbed on the... Oh, and Mohamed Zubair into it. And that was certainly... Oh, drama all over the place. CIK Gonzalez, heartbreaking for him, but heartbreaking as well by Mohamed Zubair, who just caught him through that. But ATCUAE leads by 1.2 seconds in the last 2 laps of this race. We've been streaming for 4 hours. We haven't seen anything like this so far, where the race leader spins on the penultimate lap going through the final corners. ATCUAE leads from Yassi Gaz, and there's more drama everywhere you look at the moment. Here is ATCUAE, championship leader. We didn't think this would happen. We didn't think he would be the one to be crowned victorious here. He's got a few more corners to go. Yassi Gaz, unfortunately, he has a penalty of 1 second over his head. The good news is he's a second ahead of Romain Labori. But here comes ATCUAE through the final few corners. Here we go, 1 left-hander to go. ATCUAE 2 for 2 here in the championship. He wins again at Spa-Francorchamps and cements his place as the championship contender here, and it's going to be very tough to dethrone ATCUAE. It's going to be incredibly tough to do so. Yassi Gaz 2nd, Romain Labori 3rd, Harry Hannum, what can we say? At least he's 4th, but unfortunately loses heaps of points. James Swindell's 5th, Mohamed Jilan 6th, Seb Murray 7th, Zolovita 8th, Andre Khoury 9th after being 11th not too long ago. I am Mohamed Zubair in 10th, and CIK Gonzalez, unfortunately, at the end of the field in 11th position, scores no points. A well-deserved victory for this young man right here, ATCUAE. That was a phenomenal race. I've got to catch my breath, and I've got to say thank you so much to you in the chat. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for all the participants. Thank you to the stewards. Thank you to the EMSO. Thank you to the Biodrome. And, of course, thank you to Dragon Racing. We will see you in round 3, scheduled to take place, if I'm not mistaken, in 2 weeks. Thank you so much for joining. I'm going to go now recess somewhere and not speak until tomorrow.